meeting will come to order. We've gathered today to discuss the budget, and Matthew's going to start us off.
Well, good morning. Thank you for being patient with us. We had a little bit of technical difficulties getting the YouTube stream going live, so it should be up and going now. Thank you, everybody, for being here this morning. This is our second budget workshop for the upcoming fiscal year. And today we'll begin moving from the broader conversations that we started in January into more specific priorities. This is where Council has the opportunity to provide policy direction, identify which projects and investments matter the most, and help guide the staff as we refine the proposed budget. As always, our work is grounded in the strategic plan that Council helped shape during the January workshop. Just one second. That document continues to serve. Hang on one second, please. That document continues to serve as the roadmap for how staff evaluate our priorities, allocate resources, and bring recommendations forward. Before we get too far into the numbers, I want to acknowledge something that many residents are talking about right now, which is the recent Guilford County property revaluation. It has understandably created some concern in the community. It's important to remember that the county's budget process is completely separate from the town's budget, just as other municipalities have their own budgets as well. Even though we may provide similar services, each jurisdiction has different operating costs, different tax bases, different financial responsibilities, so direct comparisons can often be misleading. You'll likely hear discussion at the county level about what's called the revenue neutral tax rate, and in simple terms, that's the tax rate that would generate roughly the same overall property tax revenue for the county as before the revaluation occurred, assuming no growth. It helps residents understand how their values and their tax rates interact. But it does not necessarily mean that an individual property owner's bill will stay the same. Faith and her team have been working diligently to prepare the annual budget. As a part of that process in a revaluation year, Faith has done the calculations to determine a revenue neutral rate. Jamestown is a bit unique in that it contracts with Guilford County Sheriff's Office and Pinecross-Sedgefield Fire Department for public safety coverage. Because of the way those contracts are structured and paid, adopting the town's revenue neutral rate with respect to how Faith is legally required to calculate it would mean that the town could not meet its financial obligations to our citizens, nor could it continue to provide the services that our residents expect. Here in Jamestown, we are fortunate to have a strong financial leadership helping guide our process. Faith has engaged a financial advisor, and later this morning we're going to be hearing from Chazzo with First Tryon, who will help walk us through the town, what the town can realistically sustain in terms of tax rates and long-term financial planning. And as we discuss those numbers, it's important to keep several upcoming capital needs in mind. Projects such as the renovation of the fire station, additional garbage truck purchase, and improvements like the restrooms at Red Miller Park are just examples of investments that we'll need to fund in the coming years. Based on the revaluation, we currently estimate that additional property values will generate just under $2 million in additional revenue to the town. As always, staff works very hard to keep our expenses as efficient as possible and to maximize return on every dollar that we spend. Ultimately, this is the community's money, and we take very seriously our responsibility to provide the highest levels of service at the lowest responsible cost. We have also been fortunate to benefit from thoughtful leadership, both from the members of this council and those who have served before you. Those leaders did make difficult decisions when necessary to adjust tax rates and fees in order to keep the town financially stable and able to provide the services that our residents expect. We intend to continue that tradition of responsible resource stewardship. You have heard that the town's fund balance, which is essentially our savings accounts, remains healthy. That provides us with some cushion and allows us to maintain stability in our tax environment when needed. And as you will see from the financial model, it is vital that we continue to fund our fund balances to be able to safely complete capital projects and provide the necessary reserves in case of an emergency. Just a 100-mile wiggle in Hurricane Helene's path could easily have brought the same financial burdens that our counterparts in Western North Carolina have been dealing with for the past 2 years here in Jamestown. So our reserves must be healthy enough to fund both our capital needs and prepare us for unforeseen emergencies. Another important priority is continuing to invest in our people. The employees, including those ones here today, are the backbone of the services that the town provides every day. In this year's budget, we are proposing a 3% cost of living adjustment along with a 0 to 3% merit increase, which is based on performance. This is a very small investment in those who work hard to provide our citizens with the highest levels of service. We're not proposing any additional staffing at this time, although we will have a discussion today regarding the potential creation of a public information officer position. Another consideration as we look at priorities for the coming year is organizational capacity. Our staff have been working extremely hard, managing a growing list of projects and initiatives while continuing to deliver the day-to-day services that our residents rely on. Many of the projects that the council has already authorized are still actively underway, and those efforts require significant staff time and coordination. Part of today's discussion will help staff understand which priorities are most important to the council so we can focus our energy and our resources where they will have the greatest impact for the community. As we often remind ourselves in local government, we can do many things well, but we can't do everything all at once. As the staff continues to work through the budget numbers, our goal is to present a balanced approach that will allow the town to continue moving forward responsibly. That will include advancing several important capital projects and utilizing debt strategically for our larger investments that are better financed over time, such as the garbage truck, Grand Miller Park bathrooms, improvements at the fire station, and modest renovations to the council chambers. At the same time, we are exploring options that would potentially provide some tax relief while still maintaining fiscal strength by continuing to add to our fund balance for future needs. There are still a few items that we're waiting on as we finalize the budget, including updated insurance costs, utility rates, those types of things, and we're going to incorporate those numbers as soon as they become available. We've also learned that sales tax revenues are expected to remain relatively flat, so we have accounted for that. Faith's going to walk us through utility billing rates along with input from our consultants at Raftellus, who are here with us today. Thank you very much, to help answer questions related to the rate study. We do expect this meeting to run just a bit past noon today, so we have arranged for lunch for everyone. The mayor has alerted me to the fact that she may need to be excused. At that point, we'll need to do a vote with the council to excuse her from the meeting, and we'll turn the meeting over to Mayor Pro Tem. As a reminder, the budget is ultimately adopted by council as an ordinance, and it's adopted at the departmental level rather than the individual line item level. And following today's discussion, staff will refine our proposed budget and return with an updated version at the April 23rd budget workshop, which will be here at 5 p.m. And the recommended budget will then be presented during the May 19th council meeting, which will serve as the first public hearing. If any additional discussion is needed, there is an optional budget workshop scheduled for May the 28th, but that is optional. That would be at 10 a.m. here in this room. And then our final budget hearing and adoption is scheduled for the June 23rd council meeting. That is also the final budget public hearing. As always, residents who have questions about the budget are encouraged to reach out to Town Hall or share concerns with council members. And with that, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Faith so she can begin walking through the financial overview and the proposed budget with respect to the CIP.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for being here today. I'm excited to start the budget process for fiscal year 26-27, and I look forward to collaborating with you. As you all know, ad valorem is a Latin term meaning according to value, refers to property tax, which serves as the primary revenue source for a municipality's general fund. In contrast, water and sewer revenues are generated through user fees associated with those specific services. These are distinct funds supported by separate revenue streams. Sustainable growth while maintaining a reasonable tax rate is achieved by expanding the tax base. Simply put, growth is essential for a town's progress. Without it, a community risks becoming stagnant and less attractive to residents and investors. Thoughtful strategic growth fosters vibrancy and long-term desirability. However, growth requires strong leadership and a clear vision, and it's not always popular as it brings change, and change can be uncomfortable. Effective leadership often involves making difficult decisions, stepping outside of comfort zones, and maintaining the courage to stand behind those decisions with professionalism and integrity. Throughout my career, I have seen how quickly a fund balance can be depleted. In one instance, a school board with an already low fund balance made a series of decisions within a single budget year, terminating a superintendent's contract, paying out the remaining obligation, and hiring an interim leadership, which completely exhausted their reserves. Operating without a fund balance presents significant challenges. There's no cushion for emergencies and no capacity for financial flexibility or growth. Once a governing body falls below its fund balance policy threshold, rebuilding those reserves requires time, discipline, and sustained commitment. The question becomes, how prepared are we when an unseen event such as a natural disaster occurs? By practice in municipal finance also dictates that taxes should not subsidize specific services. For example, the cost of sanitation services is approximately $37 per household per month, while the town currently charges $15 per month. This gap is effectively subsidized through a tax rate approximately 2 cents of the rate supporting sanitation services. This approach raises equity concerns, particularly for residents who do not utilize these services but still contribute through property taxes. Municipal governments are not immune to inflation or rising operational costs. The town's priority is to deliver the highest level of service at the lowest responsible cost while maintaining long-term financial stability. While the authority to set the tax rate rests with council, my responsibility is to ensure the town remains fiscally sound, both now and in the future. This includes carefully accounting for every dollar collected and spent, a responsibility I take very seriously. I can confidently say that our department directors share this commitment. Each plays a vital role in maintaining the town's financial health and delivering quality services. We approach the budget process conservatively and responsibly, ensuring the resources are allocated efficiently and effectively. Collectively, we form a team dedicated to making Jamestown a successful and a thriving community. Since assuming the role of finance director, I have focused on identifying opportunities to better support council and staff during the budget process. One key initiative was recognizing that the town had not previously conducted a comprehensive water and sewer rate study. Given the recent growth in the tax base as well as PTRWA and Eastside expansions, this was an opportune time to evaluate our rate structure. The town has engaged with Raftellus to conduct this study to ensure we continue providing high-quality services while maintaining infrastructure and planning for future expansions. Additionally, I sought to implement a more effective and cost-efficient budget model. With continued growth, it became increasingly important to adopt a tool that could guide both staff and council in making informed financial decisions. The town selected First Tryon Advisors, whose model provides a 5-year financial forecast along with expert guidance, offering not just software but personalized financial insight. We are fortunate to have Charles and David from First Tryon and Chad and Jackson from Raftellus with us today. They are highly respected experts in their field, and their expertise will be instrumental in guiding us through the budget cycle and beyond. Today, we are seeking council's guidance on several key capital improvement projects, including Oakdale Phase 1, 2, and 3, the Downtown Main Street Study, the Advanced Metering Infrastructure, otherwise known as AMI, for water and sewer. You have been provided with departmental capital improvement departmental capital improvement requests, which reflect the needs identified by our directors to support operations in fiscal year 26 and 27 and into the future. Additionally, we request direction on 2 important areas: personnel and staff and the sheriff's contract. Specifically, we seek input on whether to fund a public information officer position beginning in 26-27 and at what level the sheriff's contract should be maintained. As we move forward through this budget process, I encourage you to reflect on your priorities, what you value most for this community. In essence, what is your ad valorem? How do you envision the town's future's growth and success? Everyone should have your CIP in front of you, the capital improvement plans. We met with department heads in February, and these were the needs that were identified for fiscal year 26 and 27 and 5 years and beyond. So I have updated this CIP for both general fund and the water sewer fund. If you look at the CIP, the top part, these are the capital projects that we're in the middle of. Like, for instance, the sidewalk connectors, that's a project that we're continuing. Hopefully, we should be done with that by the December 31st of 2026, so that would roll off. And these funds, a lot of these funds are already accounted for, either through grants, or we've already appropriated fund balance, or money in this fiscal budget, such as the Oakdale sidewalk Phase 1. That has been allocated in this year's budget. We do need some direction here on how, if we want to continue with this project. Some of it is funded by the NCDOT, and some of it the town has funded. I don't mean to put Rebecca on the spot. I'm sorry. That's okay. But she can explain more on the NCDOT if you have any questions on that. So the majority of these top 9 are funded already. If you go down to number 10, you have the fire department building. That's the estimate that I have for 27, 28. That's just an estimate. You know, we're waiting to hear back from what the architects say, and, you know, to give us more of a clear picture of what things are gonna look like. I did push it out a year because I don't foresee us being ready to move forward with that this coming up year. If it happens that way, we'll adjust as we go. Then you have the bottom, 11 through 59. These are the ones that the department heads see that would be beneficial to their departments. Those are the capital needs. We do paving every other year, so this coming up fiscal year is a year for paving. I have already built that $440,000 in the budget, because that is something we have to do that this coming up year. For one, it's POW bill funding that we have to show expenses for, and there are some paving needs that Paul needs to get done. So that one's important, and, I mean, in my opinion, I respect the directors of their departments, and if they see that these are the things they need to operate their departments efficiently and effectively, then I support them in that and want to bring that to you as council to decide, and get your thoughts and feedback on that. Moving down to one of the larger products is the trash truck, and Matt can explain this a little better with the agreement with them. But is it every 100 homes? Something about
We
the
have to
first
get,
100 homes?
after the first 100 homes.
After the first 100 homes, it's in there.
They will reimburse us for up to $235,000.
It's in their agreement, and so we did put a trash truck in the budget for this year. They will reimburse us up to $235,000. It may be, instead of taking this money from fund balance, we may want to look at
Installment payments.
installment funding.
Who's they? Who's
D.R.
D.R.
Horton, I'm
D.R.
sorry.
Horton.
D.R.
Part of the agreement.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
I apologize.
Paul, correct me, but the lead time
How much
on
for this?
ordering versus receiving is about a year? Give or
At
take.
least 6 months in a perfect world, but yes, with
Okay.
And the estimate that I have here is the estimate that Paul and Jamie received from the company.
That's correct.
What was the reimbursement amount again?
$235,000.
At the time that the development agreement
$235,000.
was done, the purchase price was $470,000. Costs continue to go up on literally everything.
Yeah. And that wasn't too long ago when we bought that other one in.
And again, the time from ordering to the time of receiving that truck will be probably close to a year.
If you look at number 52 through 59, these are just some projects that may be coming down the road in the future. We do have them in the 5-year and beyond category, so we're not looking at funding those anytime soon. But it is on here, you know, for potential future projects to be in mind of. Any questions on the general fund before I move to water sewer? I'm just kind of giving an overview of this for now.
Yeah, the only thing I had, and I brought this up last night late, but I'll state it here too. You know, it would be helpful to know sort of within the focus of all of these different priorities, what's required to be done next year. It's like you stated up front about the focus of the roadway improvements and the paving. And again, I have a lot of respect for everybody on the team too and all the directors, but I know from my experience, there's certain things that you have to do that are required to be due next fiscal year, and there's things that might be optional. You know, so it would be good to sort of press the team a little bit to go through and maybe develop this for us in a little bit higher level detail.
I can work with the directors on that.
Yeah, that would be helpful to me, just
would be
because
up
I
to
know,
them.
you know, we continue, at least I continue to receive a lot of calls and concerns from folks in the community about the cost of living, and, you know, when you think about all these decisions that we make, you know, I too certainly want to make sure that we're supporting a menu of well-financed services and capital projects to meet the needs of the town, but, you know, we have to look at this in terms of our prioritization of things.
We can work, Matt and I will work with the department heads.
I will say, you know, it is imperative that the public understand for us to continue to provide the level of services that they expect.
Yep.
That we have the methodology to do that. And I will say that, you know, echo what Faith said earlier, is that all of the department heads here work very hard to provide the highest level at the most responsible cost. And so I don't think that there are probably things in here that we can look at, but I don't think that anybody has put anything in the CIP that is wishful thinking.
Yeah, and
These
that's
are all things that they do
Yeah.
need, and they've identified to continue to provide that level of service.
Yeah, I'm sure these are all well-stated, well-justified needs that are listed on our CIP list. It's just a matter of, again, the prioritization. If we had to make some difficult decisions financially about what do we have to do versus what might be optional, what do those different screens look like from your perspective, so we can take that into consideration. The other question I had was related to and maybe we'll get more discussion about this in a minute, but the Oakdale sidewalk projects, I know that we continue to say that those are NCDOT funded and supported projects, which I know they are because I've seen the CIP list. And so the question I had is, when we're looking at the number here on our CIP, is that the total cost of the project, or is that the town share of the project? Because I know that, and this is the issue I think at hand. One is, if we go and receive state or federal funds to do it, typically that's going to present an opportunity to have the project underwritten 80% of the cost versus us contributing 20%. Now, I know it requires more work for all of us in record keeping and that kind of, but, so first question is, what we see listed in the CIP, is that the actual cost of the project, or is that just where we're at relative to planning and the grant, or is that the local contribution?
I'll let Paul speak to it. I will say that we have seen that going through the grant process, you know, the CMAQ grant, it is very helpful. You're right, it's an 80-20 match at this point. We would receive 80% back. At this point, those numbers are a little bit older. I think that we would still be in it for quite a bit, and I'll have Paul discuss that a little bit with you. But we do see, when we go through DOT, because of all of those things that, we're just going to call them red tape, you have to go through to meet those inspections needs and things like that, it drives the cost up substantially. So I asked Paul if he could put together some rough ideas of what it would take for us to do it in-house, both from a cost and a timing perspective, as well as, sort of versus what it would take to do with DOT from a cost and timing perspective. So I'll turn it over to Paul.
Well, in the CIP, those numbers are from the grant, the original grants, is my understanding. And as Matt said, those prices are outdated. And we did look at if they were done, more internally versus if they're done, completely through, you know, the DOT grant process. And looking at a high level, I think we're looking around 1.5 million if they're done in-house. And those can be done much quicker than going through the DOT processes, but I think we're just a little bit over 2 million going through it, which the grants are substantially lower. But typically,
2 million is the DOT, would be
I
the
believe
DOT
so.
number.
And that's going to, because we're going to have the oversight with, you know, the contract administration outside and, you know, much more thorough testing. And contractors tend to put a surcharge on it when it's going through those processes. The timing, it'll probably add maybe a year to the project by going through that route. And as you said, with the 80/20, you know, you don't just look at the raw numbers because of, you know, one's coming from the town and one's coming from the 80/20 grant side of it. I don't know how much more detail you.
No, I
you'd
think,
like.
that's good. I mean, it's helpful to know in terms of timing. You said it's about a year to do it, and you're talking about all
Well,
three,
I think
all
adding-
three segments of it? For the
And I'm
1.5,
talking-
2 million?
I think we're looking at adding a year if we go through DOT.
Right.
Getting it built, I mean, you mean from today? I think we'd be looking at next year's construction season. There is a good bit of fill. The good thing, the difference in this project and like the East Main Street sidewalk, obviously, we don't have to build a storm drainage collection system, curb and gutter, but we still have to deal with the mobilization and traffic control and, you know, all those items that you're well aware of.
Yeah, so you're talking about building all three segments for $1.5 million locally or 2 million if you go with the grant?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess, you know, what we'll have to consider is, do we want to spend $1.5 million on this with local town funds, or do we want to spend $400,000 on this with local town funds? And knowing that we'll have to, you know, there's more work for us to do, it takes another year to do the project. So that's the real question. Do we want to do all three of these projects and sort of accelerate things and use $1.5 million, or do we want to go the DOT route and just get it all done for $400,000? Anyway, that's,
We're at a crossroads now with DOT. We do need to know an answer on that so we can provide that to them. I know Rebecca's kind of put them in a holding pattern in the last few months trying to get to that. We have, the money that has been expended up to this point would be forgiven by DOT.
Yep.
Because we have not decided to move forward with right-of-way acquisition. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, so we have another meeting coming up soon that we need to let them know which way we're going on that.
I
Yeah.
will say that 2 and 3 have been on the books for some time, before I even came.
Oh, yeah, it's been on there at
And,
least 10, 12 years.
And before Rebecca got here. So it's taken us a while to get caught up to speed on it. Phase 1, we did add in last year's budget. So in essence, if you wanted to continue with this, and we started with phase 1, we would just roll that into this coming up year's budget. So the money for the 300,000 with the estimate is there. We would just roll it into the coming up budget year. But I put that on here because it's part of a capital project.
So your difference would be roughly 1.2. I will throw one more item up there to add to the discussion, and that's that we had an assistant public services director who was skilled in that, you know, dealing with the DOT process, and he's no longer with us. So, you know, we do need to find an additional staff person to sort of run that project. So we're still seeking that. That is, you know, going to impact timing as well. Currently, I don't think we can manage this project with the current staff we have. We need that assistant director position filled.
It's very tough. And also, I was going to say, they were designed as 3 different projects with different consultants. So
Yeah.
there is an option to, you know, build one phase without building another, without a tremendous amount of work, because they are different sets of plans that can obviously be put under one umbrella contract.
The reason we had put them together was to try to get some sort of economy of scale so we could get a more attractive bid price from a contractor.
Are we recruiting for the assistant director position?
We are going to try to get that out soon. We, the last bit of, a few months, we've kind of tried to figure out what our needs really
Yeah.
are, and let's make sure we send out the right type of search.
Okay.
Hopefully find an equally qualified candidate to we had previously, so.
Yeah.
So I know where I'm at on the project. I'll be glad to state that to my colleagues here. I think, where I value and respect the fact that these projects take a little bit of time, additional time and effort to build when you go after state or federal funds to do it. The delta between spending $1.5 million to do them all locally with town funds versus $400,000 if we go the route of the grants that are out there, and knowing again from serving on the MPO TAC now, there are CMAQ funds that are already programmed in the local MTIP for this. There's other CMAQ funds that are available. My recommendation is that we go with the, continue to go forward with the grant process. It will take longer to build the sidewalks, but at the end of the day, we're effectively saving the town $1.1 million by doing that, and that's, some significant money when you talk about the town and our tax rate, so that's where I'm at with it.
And the difference with that is, just to correct me if I'm wrong, is that if we do that, it would add time onto that, is that correct? Or did I hear that part wrong? Is that a different issue?
The testing requirements will be a lot more
Okay.
significant. There'll be a lot more
Through the
steps throughout the
NCDOT
process
would be-
with that, yeah, so. End of the day, it should end up delivering a similar product, but there is a lot more oversight. Thank you.
Do we need to decide on that now, or I had
We
other
could,
questions? that are-
we need some sort of a consensus.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, it doesn't have to be a vote per se, it just, it needs
Oh, okay,
direction,
okay.
like three or more of you to say, yes, that's what we want to do, is what Mr.
Oh, okay.
Westmoreland articulated.
I think we should go ahead with the project. I do feel that we do need to find some additional funding if possible to save any money that we possibly can, even though it might take some additional time. But anywhere where we can save money with the additional funding, I'm okay with moving forward.
I agree with Faith in that I've seen these on the CIP for a long time. It seems to me we could go a little bit longer if that's what it takes. I agree with you, Jim.
Yeah, I agree.
It would look nice in that area.
Yeah.
And I'll work with Rebecca and Paul and we'll work through this process, try to see what, our portion will be. Like I said, 300,000 of it's already funded.
Good.
We have that, and try to get some numbers. Hopefully by the April meeting. I don't know how long this process takes, but
From
maybe
the
by
DOT
then-
side.
Yeah, maybe by then we'll have some more direction from them and a cost or something.
And again, I would say that, now that I'm plugged in with the High Point MPO TAC, if there's something I can do to help with either issues involving the DOT bureaucracy or requirements or whatever else, I'm more than happy to have those conversations with folks. I know it's a pretty standardized process that we use, and when you get into the focus of doing these kinds of projects where you've got state and federal funds and requirements with it, again, it's not necessarily the most fun exercise to go through, but I think the cost savings is important.
Great. Sounds good to me. We'll just move right in. Any more questions?
Oh, yeah, I had a couple questions, Faith.
Okay.
The first is, could you remind me, or maybe tell me for the first time, I can't recall, the Johnson Farm property. So obviously we get taxes from it now, but do we, like, as the homes are sold, is this,
There's a delay.
does the tax, so the taxing change, like, I assume once the homes are sold, we collect more taxes than we do now, or?
Yes, and we've kind of built that into our model.
Okay,
they'll show you that.
Great.
Chaz will show you that later on today. So we've started adding that growth into our model, which that's one of the beauties of having one of these models is, we can kind of forecast out what that growth would look like, how it will impact, tax revenue and things like that.
Great.
So he'll have a more clear answer and kind of what it might look like, but yes. I mean, it might take us a year, whatever, to catch up. I don't, by the time the tax department gets everything in
Right.
or whatever, but yes, we should start seeing some tax revenue growth as
Okay.
these homes are being sold.
Okay, awesome.
So it's pretty cool. When you see the model, you'll see that we have, they asked us questions about when we thought a certain number of homes would come online, and using the phasing that we're getting from D.R. Horton, for example, that's the big one. But we also have 2 or 3 other subdivisions that
Yeah.
are underway. So we put that information in there with a base value of what we think that we don't know what to
Right,
value
right,
them
right.
at, but we took a shot at it. And that is being included in the model, which is pretty nifty.
All right,
Yeah,
awesome.
it's a good question.
And then the other thing I had a question about, because I believe that property owners have till May to appeal their new assessed value.
That's great.
So how do we account for that?
I will be in touch with the county tax
Okay.
department on updates.
Because I assume a fair amount.
She's in touch with them pretty much every day.
Yeah, oh, I bet
talked
you
to them
are.
This week.
But I'm guessing a fair amount of people are going to appeal
I
there.
would imagine.
Yeah.
They gave us like a, what is it? Is it a 3%?
It's-
Kind of a 3%?
They said in the past that it shakes out that roughly about a 3% reduction in what their estimate was to us is what we should have, maybe
Okay.
expect.
Okay,
So,
okay.
Yes, and I'll make sure I get updates, because, I mean,
That appeal process is pretty long, isn't it?
from my understanding.
I've done a few of those in the past.
Oh, okay.
So you go to like the Board of Equalization Review, very rarely do they make a change. I mean, I've seen a couple where there's like crystal clear evidence that somebody made like a computational mistake. But that's essentially just like a horse hockey step. Then you've got to take it to Raleigh, and you have to file in Wake County and a civil action, and that takes a lot of time. So I've had the county occasionally negotiate those because they just don't want to spend the time to go fight it in court. But if the county digs in, which they're going to have to at the number that they're going to have this year, they're not going to be able to negotiate those. They're going to have to kind of just dig in and send them all to trial. The whole state is going to have the same problem. I would be stunned if those things get done any time in the near future.
And how does it, if it's under appeal, how does it go? Like, do they tax on the new assessed value or?
Until it gets overturned, I think they're still taxing the old value. I don't
Okay.
think, to be honest with you, I've never had it go to the end of the year, right? to
Yeah.
Where that would become an issue. I could certainly, in theory, see a Superior Court judge entering some sort of estoppel or, injunction or trust or escrow account or something to deal with that. But again, those things are pretty hard to overturn. Again, the only time that I've seen them overturned is when the county attorney's office just decides that it's not worth the time it's going to take.
Okay.
I had one other quick question for Faith, if that's okay. So the motor vehicle fee that we have, is that something where our past councils have sort of said we're going to designate it for resurfacing projects?
it
Yes.
it
Or is
is.
it-
We take the whole fee amount that we receive. It's around $12,000, something like that. And we allocate that toward paving needs. So like this year, the whole amount we receive, plus anything that we didn't use this year, we allocate toward paving that's going to happen this year. The reason we do it every other year, and Paul can speak more, is we have more money.
Yeah,
So it's easier. We can go a little further.
Our PAL bill funds are
And the
roughly 100,
Contract's better.
190,000.
roughly 100.
Our PAL bill, this year, we were down just a little. We were around 127. Last year, I think
127.
we were around 130, something like that, but we were down.
So, again, my question is just sort of if past councils have sort of designated that that's where that, or does that legally, does that fee have to be used for resurfacing
So
projects?
most of it does. There is a portion, I think,
Like, I
of
think it's
$5.
$5.
5 out of the 30 could be allocated for other things. But this was the promise that was made by the previous councils
Yeah.
to the public, that that would be used to help us continue to keep their streets in good condition. So that's what they're using that for.
I think that's a good purpose. I think we just, maybe benefit from communicating a little bit more broadly to folks about that's what the fee's actually used for. I heard some questions about it when I was campaigning, and folks don't understand that's what it's used for. And they just saw it as another fee that the town was charging for operating purposes, so,
And I don't want
Maybe that's-
I don't
maybe
want to
that's
speak for
another-
the previous council, but you have a couple of members here, but I think we were fairly clear that it was, we went through a very protracted
yeah.
explanation about the fact that we do a pavement condition study every few years. And based on that condition study, Paul tries to go out and see what streets he can actually pave with the money that he has.
Yeah.
And we were running short. We just could not catch up with all of the streets that needed to be repaved.
Yeah.
I know, for example, when you have a subdivision like Whittington Hall that was all built in one sort of same time frame and period, and they all, sort of aged that, similarly, they all sort of need to be repaved at the same time. We can't do the entire subdivision at the same time.
Yeah, and the one thing about the motor vehicle fee is everyone who has a vehicle registered in Jamestown pays it regardless where they live, an apartment, condo, or townhome, or
Yeah,
house.
I'm saying it's a valid purpose. I just think there's people out there in the community who may not understand exactly what that fee is used for, and just as we talk about.
Of course, if they have questions, they're welcome to
Yeah.
contact us. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
We're here.
And I did want to say, the PAL bill funding, we get 2 checks a year, and you can only accumulate up to 10 10 of those amounts. So it isn't 10 years' worth that you can build up before you start applying it to your road surfacing. They're restricted funds, but, I mean, just to be clear, it does need to go towards transportation issues very specifically.
So Paul, our
We do that
typical,
every other year. We save 1 year to put with the following year so that we can pave more.
so Paul, explain a little bit to us, just for the public purposes. Our contracts for repaving every other year are roughly 300,000-400,000.
Yeah, anywhere from 300 to 500. Cost of asphalt fluctuates a lot, so 1 year we really went down into the, I think we got a little bit of an extension because we had such attractive pricing. But
So when you have, let's just say $500,000, $400,000 worth of funds, do you have an estimate of what mileage that you might be able to pave with that type of funding? I'm putting you on the spot. so-
I hadn't even looked at numbers this year, but it's probably going to be a little over a mile and a.
And that's fair. I just wanted the public to understand that it's not like we can take $500,000. It does not go that far. And one of the reasons that we save and do paving every other year is just to make sure that we can get enough funds built up, that we can have a more attractive bid process. When we're competing for multi-million-dollar contracts in the cities that are around us, they don't tend to look at us that quickly. And we've been very good about having a good relationship with the people who've won those bids the last few years. They've done a great job for us.
I just forecast with everything going on in our country and our world right now,
It will be
if
high.
we don't already have a contract in place with a vendor to provide us with paving services, our amount of paving lane miles is going to go way down, so anyway, but
Yeah, it's-
hopefully that will self-correct before we get there, so.
Yeah, it's a
You
good,
can
it's a
start
good
working on
point.
that July 1.
It is a good point because it is tied directly to oil costs. That's correct.
Absolutely.
Yep. Do you want, before you go into water and sewer, do you want to talk about the 3 or 4 things that we need from the general fund side, or do we?
Sure.
Like,
We can-
you want to talk about the public information officer position, whether or not we should fund that or not?
Yes, what is your thoughts on that? It would be a position added to the budget that you would have to approve. And we just need to know how to move forward with that, work with human resource and payroll to get an appropriate salary and get it posted July 1 and get it built in the budget with all the fringe and their salary and everything.
So do we have an estimate of what a salary with all benefits looks like for that position?
I do not yet.
I'll give you a rough idea.
I would
I think 100,000.
think with fringe and everything, I don't want to say, I don't know what the going rate for a public information officer is.
It's probably going to be around 90,000 or so.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, that's probably a little low. Greensboro is
Yeah.
hiring a communications director now, and I think it's 120 plus.
Okay,
just-
but that's probably, they probably have a whole team and stuff, right? This would just.
Say again?
I'm guessing the Greensboro person would have a whole team, a communications director would have a whole team and stuff, instead of just a
Yeah.
singular person, so.
I know that when we talked about this quite a bit earlier, I think the reason it's called Public Information Officer is we were hoping that this would encompass the roles of communication externally, social media, press releases, and also help with the public records, that information. So that, I don't know what the process is to make it a little more streamlined and accessible, but I guess we would really need to define that position before we could.
As a point of clarification, it is the town clerk's responsibility to handle all public records requests.
I understand that, but I have heard from her many times how difficult it is to get to the public records that people are requesting. I know that I've had some issues myself when I couldn't get public records because or she's got too much on her plate. And I know that Katie does a great job and has a lot to do, but that is a need that we have, it's our duty as a council to make sure that the public has access to public records. And if I, as the mayor, cannot always get the information I need or the public records, then I think that we need to get some assistance there.
So as a point of clarification, I think we have two separate positions that you're looking at. One would be sort of a deputy clerk position that would assist Katie in maintaining public records and that type of thing. Second one would be a public information officer whose responsibility would be to do press releases, engage with the media or the public, social media, website, that type of engagement.
Can I ask a question? Oh, go ahead, sorry. Okay, go
Maybe,
ahead.
maybe it would help
Joking
if we
anyway.
can get a description maybe of what those positions would look like.
For both?
I
That'd be
think for
great.
clarification, I think that.
Descriptions for both?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be good, I think, Matthew, that way we can visually see it and see and determine what is actually needed.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And just look, I don't want to get too in the weeds because this is not our job to get in the weeds like this, but just out of curiosity, I'm just wondering if this position or if, how are they handled now, like the public records request? Because the reason I bring it up is because having worked for a long time also with public records, I know what often happens for me is our attorney gets the request for public records, then hands it down to me, who has to go through and redact a bunch of things. So we don't have like one person, it's kind of like whoever's records are being requested, they're the ones who do it. I'm not saying that's the right way to do it, I just know it's not always just one person who's responsible for getting the records together to send out, so.
So, and Katie's not here unfortunately, but I'll use the information she said before, which is typically we don't have a tremendous amount of public records requests unless there's something that's going on that is, seen as controversial or people have questions about, that type of thing. We do have one or two people in the community who continue to bombard us with voluminous requests, and those are handled by the town attorney. And that rises our cost as well, but
Yeah,
it is what it is.
But I just mean in terms of gathering the records. Katie handles the requests coming in, but then, do other people help gathering the records, I guess?
Yes.
Okay,
So,
okay.
I mean, it
That's
could be.
what I was asking, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I know Carol's with us in the audience, but it may be a request from like the newspaper, for
Yeah.
example, to get us a copy of the presentation that was given last night. And that's easily done. Here's a copy
Okay.
of it.
Yeah.
And it may be that Jose has that information and Katie can go, hey, can I get a copy of that? Sure, no problem, and then she fulfills the request. But it's her responsibility to record the request and that it was fulfilled and that.
Okay, 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 yeah, that's helpful,
We also talked about looking into something to automate them. I don't know if that would be a third thing we could add to, if we're looking into the positions, but where other towns have scanned them in and they're digitally available and out there and just a self-service. I know Greensboro just went over to a system like that, maybe price something like that.
I will say that I don't think it would be a good use of the town staff's time to investigate large pieces of software or trying to get people to.
Can we just look into it anyway and just get a,
We'll get a quote and see.
Thank you.
I know it's going to be not cost effective. The number of requests that we have are generally fairly small, and I do not think that we don't have the staff capability to scan everything in that we're doing and provide it to the public. Searchable documents, stuff like that. If people have questions, we will fulfill their public records requests as long as they're reasonable, and if they're voluminous, then we work the town attorney's office to give us a quote on exactly what that looks like. Just as a matter of public record, the money that we spend with the town attorney to go through those large requests is not recoupable. So, we don't really have a public records request issue at all.
if I felt like it was not burdening the town staff or Katie, I would ask for a lot more records and information. But I already know up front it's a lot of work. I think a lot of other people feel that way. It is our duty as a council to make sure the public has access to public records, and we just have to improve that somehow. So I look forward to hearing more
Is there
about
an issue with this? I am not.
No.
My question is, and I don't know, and I'm asking this, I've never requested public records. What is, I think for me, what is the process? How often does it happen? And how long does it take? I think is really what it gets down to. Are you saying that you just want to have that process available? Or are you saying that, because for me, I'm gonna just be honest, if we're not gonna use it, need it, then don't do it. But I want to stand on facts. If we have an overabundance of public record requests that has to come out of this town hall, then that might make a difference. I don't know how the other council members feel about that.
And the population is going to increase anyway. I mean, of course that amount will go up. I don't see what the problem here is.
I think Jim Gibson had a comment.
I was going to raise my hand, but I'll go ahead and jump in here. I think, if memory serves me correctly, when we're talking about this position, I think we heard a lot of comments about everybody in the town having to wear a lot of different hats and having to do a lot of different responsibilities, and we didn't have staff for everything. And I think initially we started with the communications, public relations, kind of a combination of things that would serve the town. Because of getting information out, you don't have anybody that does the website, that sort of thing. Not that that's the only role that they would play. I think there's a lot of things that you guys could use within the town to kind of take some things off people's plates, to be more efficient. Now, you're also the folks that would know that better than we would, because we're not working in the town every day. And so I think a role like that would be very beneficial. In terms of the records, it's kind of a separate issue. It's kind of the same thing. I think, there's not a lot of records requests is what it sounds like. There are some that are bigger than others, and we can kind of, find a way to address that. I don't want to get into the weeds on that now, but to get back to the position, I think it was something to benefit the thing that we saw as not as a weakness, but as something that you just simply didn't have. And I don't know if hopefully that's the position that you guys, if it's something that is needed and something that can be funded, that we could use to the best to promote the town and do the communication. If it's used for records, it sounds like there's not a need for a separate person because somebody else already handles that. But, that's perhaps a conversation we could have about how those things are handled, but it's not necessarily related to this particular position. And I hope I said everything that I thought I was going to say when I was thinking about that. But
In one way, this came up, and it is, there's a different, I guess the information is also intertwined now with, the website and automation. Budget amendments, for example, it's my understanding that those, if your budget is publicly available on the website, there should be a place where all the budget amendments are also available because they go with the budget. And I would see this person as someone who takes those budget amendments after every meeting, and there's a drop-down menu, budget amendments under the finance documents. For example, I'm not saying that you're all bad. And then the land ordinance, I was trying to find some information the other day, and I now see that I wanted to see what some passages looked like 10 years ago, and we don't go beyond 3 or 4 years in the archives anymore. So then, all right, so where do I go from there? Something, even if there's a little click here, if you want to go back further than 5 years, or if you'd like to see the old permitted use tables. So it's not just waiting for a request for records. It's also merging the two, what we already have, what is the law that we need to provide, and then what makes it easier for all of us to find on the website.
So two comments from me real quick. First of all, I do support us having a position focused on marketing and communications and branding for the town. I do think, like Jim said, it's been an identified need of the team. Everybody has individually an ability to communicate about their respective areas, but everybody's busy from that perspective, and that's not necessarily their talent or forte, so I think it would benefit us. And I know, again, I sound like a broken record, but when I was on the campaign trail, the businesses in downtown certainly could benefit from us having more of a formative kind of ability to communicate things and sort of identify the options and opportunities here to do stuff both with the town and the downtown area. The second thing, as it relates to the public records item, probably what I would suggest, because I'm not familiar with it, but we have a public records policy developed for the town. Do we have one, Matthew?
Yes.
I think probably what I would suggest is circulate that policy to us, and then let us at some future time have a discussion about that, because I think that policy should be sort of the guiding document that we run by relative to how we handle requests. And if we have suggested modifications or changes in that policy that would make it more effective for us as a town and how we would deal with citizens on individual requests or organizations on those kinds of requests, I think that would be good. And again, it's my deficit right now. I haven't done my homework and know what that policy actually is, but it's been my experience that a good, solid policy and then a set of processes or procedures behind it typically make it where it's more understandable to requesters, because, again, we had some of the same issues in Greensboro back in the day with public records requests, but the council, with the policy that was set and established in the parameters of how that got resourced afterwards, really did sort of make it where it was much better understood by members of the community about how these things were handled.
If I'm not mistaken, it's actually on the website, but I'll verify that here in just a little bit. And I'm happy to send it to all of you. It's very straightforward. It basically says that we're going to provide public records that are required by law. If it's a excessive request, and the way that we determine that is if there are multiple requests so somebody can't come to us and say, well, I'm going to break out this larger request into like 15 different requests to try to skirt the idea. We also have 4 free hours, basically. So if it's going to take more than 4 staff hours to compile that information, we have the right to charge for that per state law. And there are certain requests that we've seen in the past that we've had to do quotes for. And that's the way it is. That's also exclusive, as I said earlier, of whatever time that we have to pay for the attorney. So we cannot charge that to the citizen or requestor.
If we've gone to mediation over public record requests in the past, to give you an idea of the type of stuff that comes to us, if somebody requests a particular document, I never find out about that, right? Staff does that. But one of the recent requests was any and all email, text messages, signals, WhatsApps, voicemails, transcripts, public documents that are considered blah, 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 related to this one particular document from 8 different people, including documents regarding policy directives, drafts, reports, recommendations, correspondence, memos related to official business, work schedules, assignments, meeting agendas, notes, any document related initiates, facilitates, authorizes, or completes business transactions, messages that create a precedent, issue instructions. I mean, like,
Can you say that again?
No, that's
Sure.
the micro machine man right there.
Say it for the people in the back, Rob.
so, I mean, even if we had every single document that had ever come through City Hall or Town Hall uploaded to a portal, somebody would have to go back and review those and search those and itemize them. It's asking for attorney-client privilege with 2 different attorneys. You're gonna have to go through and redact all of that, right? That's not an availability thing, that's an undue burden. And that's why those public records request laws are generally wide open. But if you're gonna cause the town, the city, municipality to incur exorbitant amounts of time, effort, expenses to produce that, that's fine, but you have to pay for that, right? And that's what Matthew's talking about. There's a 4-hour number, and anybody would expect that that's a 3-hour project, right?
Yeah, that's why I think it would be helpful for us to review the policy, just to make sure that we understand how it operates and works. And, you know, right now, we do have a couple of lengthy requests that are out there. And my thing is, I'm concerned about the fact that we don't have an ability to, and maybe this is in the policy, maybe it's not in the policy, but, you know, to bring these things to a point of conclusion, because, you know, we do things, the best I can tell, we do things and we provide documents that are required when we should, how we can, but when it gets into these more voluminous run-along requests, like you spent 10 minutes talking about a while ago and saying what all these different characteristics were, you know, in the policy, what I would expect is to say, okay, you know, once we determine it trips this trigger, and maybe it's there, it trips this trigger threshold, we're going to give you, you know, here's your option. You're going to be asked to pay for this, and then that's going to be the end of it unless you don't pay for it. So there's got to be like a beginning and an ending point of these things, and I just, you know, I'm concerned that we.
The policy is on the website.
I'm sending it
Go
out.
into
I'm not saying it's on the
documents,
website.
and you
I
go
just sent it to
general,
you all.
It says requests for public records and all that. It is out on the website.
Okay, good, good. And that's not my thing. I'm happy it's out there. I'm just saying, we need to look at it and make sure
Right.
that we're comfortable with what it
Okay.
says and how it operates.
Aside from all the voluminous requests, I'm getting back, though, to just, I still haven't seen the data retention policy. I would like to, as a citizen, be able to request that and receive it, or the bids for the computer equipment. There's nothing there. I didn't get those. And I'm pretty sure that in the class we attended, the public records instructor said that you have to provide them digitally by law. If you have them digitally, we have to provide them. And I know I can find that slide if we need to see it. So, and then the fourth point I was going to make is that a lot of this came out of the discussion we had about people serving in more than one role, and I know Katie is also the assistant town manager. So you're combining roles at a time that we're growing, and we had talked a lot about that, so I just want to make sure that's considered as well.
So my direction here would be to get you a description of both types of positions, and some information on what the potential salaries would be. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think it went back to what we thought we needed, but also wanted to match that with what you guys thought you needed as well in terms of a role. If I'm not-
And I'm on board with the marketing, communications, branding position right now. I need to look at the policy on public records and determine how that fits in with what we might need from a resourcing perspective, but you're fine to go do both.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I like the idea of looking at the policy, and let's really get specific.
I have sent a copy of the policy. It's on the website.
Yeah,
I
yeah, I
sent a
know. I've
copy
seen it, but-
to each of you just a second ago.
Thank you.
So have a look at it. If you feel like we need to revisit it, we can put it on a future agenda or something like that.
Sounds good?
I hate to belabor this point because I don't think it really is advancing our budget discussion, but I just want to ask, our policy is more liberal than the state law, is that correct?
Much more liberal. I know other jurisdictions, I've seen, it's a format that comes from the state. I can't remember which outlet it came from, but anyway, we didn't reinvent the wheel to create this policy. There's another jurisdiction I know that has the same exact policy, with the exception that instead of 4 free hours of work, it's 1 hour. If it exceeds 1 hour of staff time, then it's considered an excessive request. That, in my opinion, is probably a little.
Too restrictive,
Little
yeah.
too restrictive. You know, if it's going to take, but 4 hours of our staff time is costly.
Half day, yeah.
You know, you made a mention the other night that one individual has cost us over $20,000 just in attorney's fees, but we haven't even begun to scratch the surface of the hundreds of hours of staff time that it takes for the staff that has to drop everything we're doing to try to respond to a public records request. You know, so it's just, it is difficult for all of us to do that.
Okay, thanks, Matthew.
Yep.
Hey, Faith, real quickly, before we go on to the water and sewer fund, can I ask a question about an item on the operating budget? Number 29, the bunker and trees. I wanted to see if Scott would be able to send council pictures of the bunkers. The reason why is because I've been out to the golf course several times, and one of the things that stood out to me are the bunkers and the damage, and over the years, they have not been replaced since 1972, the conception of the golf course. And I think it's really important that we kind of take a deeper dive into that, if council doesn't mind, and consider, you know, talking a little bit deeper about the bunkers and if there's any funding or what we could do. Those bunkers, I just want to let everybody know that the staff is out there having to remove contaminated sand by hand. Yes, that's why I was
Should
asking.
we get our pail and shovel and go on out and help?
They're doing it, and I'm not sure if I have this right, but the mesh or the tarp or whatever that's over it, they've been cutting, and I've been educated on this.
Yeah, I
They've
should
been
go out there and look.
cutting that and really trying to make it workable and safe for the people who are coming to golf. And I just kind of think we need to talk about it a little bit when if we can, and if Scott, if you would be kind enough to send us pictures so that the council could know or take a look at what those damaged bunkers are looking like. I don't know if anybody here golfs, I don't, but I went out there and that really stood out to me, how bad that was. And so those bunkers are over 50 years old.
Yeah, and the lifespan of bunkers are 15 to 20 years old.
Oh, gosh,
And so ours have never
been redone.
been redone. And what she's talking about, the contamination, is actually the fabric. So you have, when the bunkers are built, you have the drainage infrastructure, and you have some gravel, and then you have a fabric, and then a layer of sand over top. And the way that they, just because of the age and the wear, the fabric's coming to the top. So the last thing we need is a golfer to take a swing at a ball and get his club stuck in the sand. Or her. And, and injure themselves or anything of that nature. So, staff does a great job. They have to go in where the fabric's ripped, and they have to dig it all out, to a certain point, take a razor and just cut it out. So we're having to do away with that fabric, which just speeds up the deterioration. So, it's definitely a need, and the way we're looking at doing it, I know we've spoke about it in the past, is at one point in time in the CIP, there was 300,000 in one year and 300,000 in another year. But since it was built with LWCF funding, then we would try to apply for a grant. And instead of us spending 600,000 to redo them, we would go in and try to do $1 million project, spend 500,000, redo our bunkers and our tee complexes. Both of them are in need of some renovations. So that's just one of the, trying to get creative and find funding as well. But I would be more than happy to send some pictures
Please,
out.
if you can, I just want everybody to take to see what I've seen is if you can't physically get out there. But I would encourage you to, if you can, get out there and just take a look.
I've
And I'd be
probably spent
happy
more
to-
time in those bunkers than anybody around here, I can assure you. But yeah, I think we spend money on the things on the golf course to bring it up to speed, and that's one of those things that's been, it's not neglected over time, it's just not something that you had funding for. And so if you, it's like, you know, fixing your engine, but letting the tires rot off the car, and you can't drive it because it's, you know, you've got a part it's integral to it. So, but anyway, I agree that they're, could use, and I've probably done some damage to them myself as well.
Well, right now, they're lakes, the water doesn't drain.
Right, it doesn't drain.
And so after you get rain, they're just put up. We actually had to buy a pump to go pump some of them out, just so we can make them playable again.
And I'll just add that grant funding would be LWCF funds that would allow for renovation. That is a $500,000 grant, and we would have to match it dollar for dollar, so we would have to have 500 to match.
So is that why we're looking at next fiscal year for that? Okay.
But the total cost is $1 million, and that's why you had it spread out over 2 years on here. Is that what that is, or?
Yeah,
And then you could reduce it if you did the grant, possibly.
right, we put it out like that, just in case if we were to have to, if we didn't get the grant.
Fund the whole
We would
thing.
have to pay for it, yes. And, I mean, this is fluid, so we can, you know, when we find out more about the grant, we'll change it, and
What is LWCF?
It's
Land
the
and Water
Land
Conservation Fund.
and Water.
And we did speak with our representative from the state as well before we even thought about this process to see if it would be a good candidate for a grant, and he encouraged us to apply for it, saying it would be a great application, that they are looking for some renovation-type partnerships, so.
And there are, the grant application is due in the fall, and so last year, when we were looking at it, it was right around the time of elections, and when we talked with our representative, he said, you might want to wait till your new council's in place, so you're not committing them to something that they're not on board with. So we didn't apply for it in the fall last year, but we wanted to make sure that was a conversation that was had during the budget planning season.
I mean, it sounds like a worthwhile project to me, for sure. I think the golf course, you know, is one of our best assets that we have to draw people to our community, so.
I agree.
With the council's, with the council's permission, there are still a couple of things in the general fund that we need to talk about. However, Faith alerted me that our consultant from Reptelis, Chad, has to catch a flight in a little while.
Oh, geez.
So I'm going to ask if we could move into the water and sewer CIP and then just go ahead and try to get Chad up here before he has to leave us.
The problem is, and I tell them this in almost every council meeting we have, is Scott's stuff in the general fund is much more fun than the water sewer stuff of like, well, here are some pipes that are going to go underground that you'll never see, you know, it's, so we avoid talking about it, at least I avoid talking about it as much as possible.
So Faith, you want to give us a brief overview of the CIP for water and sewer? It's on the second set of sheets.
yes. Kind of give a rundown to the best of my ability. Paul's the expert in this field.
No, Paul.
The top half, 122. This consists of the City of High Point, our partnership with them on the east side expansion.
I love the odor control.
You have some dead on it.
Oh, I've ridden my bike by there many a time. I know it needs some odor control.
So we're moving to water and,
Yes.
Real quick, and then we'll kind of go over what they found on the water sewer rate study.
Get plugged in.
There are a couple of things on here that I have marked new that they sent us this year. The majority of it is pushed out in future fiscal years with a couple of things in this fiscal year. What the City of High Point does is they will do the project in one fiscal year and turn around and bill us in the next. And so we allocate the funds in one fiscal year because we're working on the project. Then I gotta turn around in the next fiscal year when they invoice us and pay it. So a lot of times, the money, a lot of these are funded, but it looks like they're funded in 2 fiscal years simply because they're not gonna invoice us. So a lot of this, like the, what you see in 2026, those are the things that they should invoice us on, that they completed this year. So a lot of this will be paid out. The Riverdale Pump Station, that's an estimate. I put it on here because it was, they kind of gave us a number this year. That's not gonna get completed. That'll be down the road a little bit from my understanding on that. I just wanted to put it on the CIP to get it brought to everyone's attention.
But that Riverside Pump Station, I mean, is that, is that 19.5 million, that's all for us to pay for?
That's
Okay.
right. And we need to work, Matt, and Paul and I, we need to work closely with High Point to see what kind of interlocal agreement we have with them. And if they're going to go out for debt, we may want to join them
Piggyback.
with that.
Okay.
Because we could get a better rate and things like that. So some of this is, especially the ones that are pushed out, and are
22 on the,
in works. Yes, number 22.
okay, sorry.
A lot of this we do have in our net position or our fund balance in water sewer to pay for. So some of this is going to be funded this year and paid for.
And that's why when you see that the Water and Sewer Fund has a larger fund balance, because we've been preparing for these types of costs.
We have been saving for a lot of these projects to pay upfront.
And that's what we call the Water and Sewer Capital Reserve Fund? When we talk about
Well,
water and sewer fund
yes and
balance?
no. The reserve fund is specifically for East Side, and it has nothing to do with PTRWA.
But this 22 item, that's part of the reserve fund.
It depends, because some of the money that's sitting in the reserve is system development fees. And system development fees can only be used for, can be used for, I don't have to make sure I say this right. I might have to look back, but cannot be it has to be used to maintain, not really for new or expansion.
Right. Right. That's correct.
I know that's a lot.
But the bottom line is, the $19 million number, that's all sort of a preliminary estimate. There's
It
still
is.
details to work out with High Point, and
I just asked-
we're hopeful maybe
It's
we finance
preliminary.
something with them and it spreads it out.
Yeah, because this is the first time, this year when they send us the information, it's first, really, I think, the first time I had numbers.
What does that look like, Faith, as far as partnering with High Point? Like, how often do you talk to, or do we talk to them about something like this? Or is it like once a year, or is it as neat?
Paul and
I'm
Matt, I think,
just,
are in more contact.
oh, are you?
I
I'm just
did
kind of
at,
curious. Oh, okay.
At budget.
Do you, Paul, do you talk to them about this, like, with the partnership as far as, or how often, like, what does that look like?
Talking to,
The High Point, the partnership for the Riverdale Pump Station, like, do you guys talk, like, and I was just curious, because you said it's an estimate, I just kind of wondered how we come up with this, like,
Because to be determined is kind of what they said, but then they had a total dollar number, so I just kind of put the total dollar number.
so when will we go back and, like, that's what I'm saying, that the to be determined on the invoice, is that something we wait on? Do we,
Much.
Okay.
That's, yeah. But I mean, this is going to be a future thing. I don't know, Paul, do you think within the next 5 years, or?
well, Riverdale's, they've had this in their CIP for a while, but they are showing this, it's still in the design phase, so it will be a while. I don't, I can only
Okay.
go by the schedule that High Point sent us and that information.
You know, when I sat down with Greg a couple months ago, we talked a lot about this, and I think that that regional plan is still, there's so many open pieces to that, that even the hope might be that East Side could possibly even be relocated. So that, that could change depending on what the regional plan does. So, maybe, hopefully. Who knows?
PTRWA and their expansion, if you look, the 1.8 million, that's our 20% down payment for the project. And we're gonna kind of have to let them know when we want to pay that. So,
Never?
Not an option.
and then what I did is I just broke out the remaining that we would owe. It's roughly around 9 million. That might be a little on the high side, but that's kind of what Paul and I thought after talking with them. And, it's a round number, because usually when you budget, it's like nice round numbers. And so we went on kind of the high side, around 9. Could be a little less, could be a little more, but we feel like it's probably gonna be a little less. And so the 20% is the 1.8 million that we would like to put down as a down payment, because we have that available. The remaining amount, depending, we will probably seek financing with PTRWA on that, just as we have already done on the Randleman Dam Reservoir that we have debt on now. So we will just join PTRWA on that.
Yeah, I think it's a good strategy. I mean, the financing components of these things keep you from getting the sort of ongoing big hits in your budget. And, sometimes, depending on where interest rates go, there's an ability to refinance those as well, so.
And we felt like 20% was a good amount to put down. We felt like, we have it available. It kept us around our, fund balance policy that we need to maintain. It also allows us to be able to pay cash for some of these east side projects. And, prior council and prior administration worked really hard, so we could have this money to put down, and then we wouldn't have to finance the whole amounts. So, and now we're coming up on having to start spending some of this out. And it is a lot, I realize that, but, we do have that money set aside for those type of projects.
And is 20%, is that their required number, or is that just sort of our working?
No, they asked us, and we felt like that was a good number
Okay.
to be able to put down.
You felt like it was affordable?
Yeah, we felt comfortable with that. And to still, maintain a healthy fund balance, because, you know how water and sewer is, anything can break, and that is not the cheapest, that's not the cheapest things to work on. They're very costly. And then, the rest of these projects are, what Paul has determined, that need to be done coming up in the fiscal year. The, Main Street water line is still in there, even though, that project's funded. He's actually working on it, this budget year. I went ahead and put it in just in case we had to roll funds from this year to next year if the project is not gonna get completed, of course. But I wanted to have a placeholder in there for, reallocating fund balance from
Yeah.
one fiscal year to the next.
So 25 is already funded. That's what, line number
Yes,
25?
It is.
Okay.
It is, and so he's starting the project this year, and we're not, as you know, we won't get it done.
Sure.
So whatever we do not spend this year, I'll reallocate into next year. Yeah.
Sorry.
But that's the amount of the project, it's just kind of a, and right now in March, I'm not sure how much we're gonna spend this year to roll into next year. So it just depends on weather and how far along we get.
Come on, Paul.
Penny Road, that one's pretty much, we budgeted for that, and, this fiscal year, again, it's gonna be more than likely rolled into next fiscal year, so that's another one that's pretty much funded. And I made notes there to kind of let you know that there'll be funds that'll be carried over.
The only suggestion I was going to have, Faith, is when you update the spreadsheet, if you could just make like an, either asterisk or something, a note, just that those are already funded.
I did, but I'll make that more clear.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then the rest of these are just items that policies that needs to be done, like the crosswalk improvement stamping. He doesn't want to do that until the Main Street project's done.
The water line.
But we need to have some money in the budget to be able to do that, even if, we have to reallocate it.
Any other major questions for water and sewer CIP?
Paul's stuff is the most boring, but the most expensive.
It's also the thing that you would miss the most.
It's
It
true.
didn't
It's
work.
it's the things we take for granted the most, right? Like
Yes.
having clean drinking water and being able to flush toilets and have it disappear, so,
Absolutely.
Right.
that's right.
So, I'm going to ask Chad and Jackson to go through their presentation about our water and sewer utility rates. There is an item here that we would identify the funding the customer utility portal and the associated replacement of our water meters that goes along with that. I think that you're going to cover that as part of your, so I'm going to let them jump right in. There is a mic here if you want to just stand there, because we are broadcasting that. It would help the public to be able to hear that. You can
Sure,
pull it all the way up.
oh, there we go. Well, thanks so much, everybody. I appreciate the time this morning, and sorry to cause a bit of a little hurry-scurry there. So my name is Chad Cowan. I work with a firm called Raftalis. This is Jackson Harrell, who will be going through the details. Our firm does a lot of rate studies around the state and around the country. The process we go through is very detailed. We look at individual billing details. We look at every line item in the budget, and then we create a forecast to really give you all a tool to be able to look at and understand if we do X, what happens on the other end. So it's a good cause and effect tool, very similar to what First Tryon has built for you on the holistic side. We focus exclusively on the water and sewer side of things. Jackson, you want to hop in here and get going? Again, this is very detailed, and as was outlined earlier, some of this stuff is maybe not as exciting as the general fund projects, but
Thank you very much. So I kind of want to talk about just all the phases of the rate study we go through, and we've been on this project for many, many months, I think over a year now. But really, I want to walk through kind of what we call revenue requirements. Those are your operating expenses, your capital plan that you just went over, and your debt service payments that you're paying to PTRWA currently with High Point. Kind of walk through, accounts and consumption assumptions. We know you guys are a growing community, and we definitely want to include that information kind of in the rate study as we're forecasting future revenues. Kind of talk about, the existing financial forecast, like where you guys will be in 5 years if rates don't change. A lot of towns, smaller towns, really kind of just plan for the next year forward in the budgeting process. What we really want to do with the model and in this study is, hey, where are we going to be in 5 years? What do we want to accomplish in that time frame? And then kind of one of the key findings and really important parts of the study is really identifying the water and sewer utilities almost as separate, self-sufficient entities. We want all of the water revenues to be paying for the water costs and all of the sewer revenues to be paying for the sewer costs. So generally, utilities have more water customers, and we don't want, one utility subsidizing the other all too much. Kind of talk about some stuff with what we're calling existing rate differentials, and really what that refers to is kind of these Adams Farm scenarios, interlocal agreements that are conversations happening with the town and Greensboro right now. And then I'll throw up some regional bill comparisons just to show you guys, hey, a typical residential bill, where do you guys fall in the spectrum of all of your regional peers? So how expensive are your rates compared to High Point, Archdale, Greensboro, folks in Randolph County? Like, where do you guys fall on that spectrum? Operating costs. So Fiscal year '26, the budget from past year included, $4.6 million. This is up from 3.6 that we found in '25 and actual expenses. Really, the budget for this year and whether or not, we'll see at the end of the year, these numbers come to fruition, but really we budgeted a 30% increase in personnel costs. That was one of the larger increases for your operating expenses. And the other really big one is an increase in purchased water. And I think this was an assumption that, the PTRWA expansion, your purchase allocation was going to go up in fiscal year '26. I don't think that has been constructed and finished yet, so those expenses we may not actually see this year. Will we see them next year after, or the year following, once that construction item is finished, once the expansion is done? Probably so. And then so throughout the rest of the forecast through fiscal year '27 through 2031, over the 5 years, we're kind of escalating operating costs at a 3 to 5% annual increase, just kind of depending on category. I know there's certain items like insurance and benefits and personnel costs that are increasing at a faster rate than others. Town's utility debt service. Right now, you guys are paying for just about ending in fiscal year '29, that original PTRWA contribution. There is a maintenance facility loan as well, and then I think someone mentioned the odor control issuance that's being paid off, and a lot of that gets dropped off in '29. Some of the assumptions we are making on like kind of future proposed debt service side are, again, that PTRWA expansion, a portion of that is likely going to be debt financed. The advanced treatment and residuals project that's kind of looming out there, maybe farther in the forecast, will also be partially debt financed. And then again, this Riverdale pump station. We're making assumptions about, again, when this stuff is going to be finished and completed. Are we being a little conservative, which is good, saying, hey, you guys are going to have to start paying for this stuff slightly earlier, maybe? Potentially, we'll get more information after this capital budgeting process to see when you guys are really expecting all of this stuff to hit. But right now, in the capital plan, we're assuming, hey, over the next 5 years, you guys are going to spend $25.1 million. 11.9 million of that is going to be in proposed debt funding, so repayments to both High Point and PTRWA, with the other 13.2 million being cash-funded capital. We also call that pay-go or pay-as-you-go capital funding. Again, you guys have done a fantastic job in the past. You guys have a fund balance that, you guys have enough money to make decisions about, hey, do we want to cash fund this or do we want to finance this? A lot of towns your size usually don't have those options. Those cash balances aren't where they need to be. But right now, you guys are in a wonderful position in that respect. So that was really the cost buildup side in our model building process. And then this really gets into, hey, how are we projecting kind of customer usage and added number of customers? We know D.R. Horton's coming in, and I'm sure you guys have had lengthy discussions about the impacts of that. But we are incorporating 1,500 additional water and sewer accounts over the next 7 years. Based on actual information from fiscal year '25 from this past year, kind of based on your system development fee revenues, approximately 193 units, or at least permits, were given out in that year. So this means using our 1,500 number, on average, another 187 units will be added annually throughout the forecast, and this really equates to a kind of a 5% increase annually in water and sewer accounts. On the consumption side, we really projected consumption off of, actual 2025, your billing data. We kind of assume this to increase in parallel, obviously, with accounts. As you add accounts, more usage on the water and sewer side you guys are going to experience. Really, we're saying, hey, and based on, a billing analysis and just typical usage trends, probably an additional water and sewer account will use 4 CCF of water and sewer, and really that probably equates to 2,500 to 3,000 gallons a month if you want to use those units. And so this creates an average annual increase in kind of water and sewer consumption, really a little heavier on the water side, 3.1%, and another 1.6% sewer usage. by the way, feel free to stop us and interrupt anywhere as we're going through this. If you have questions, I'm happy to address those as we go along. Or tell me if I'm talking too fast. So really, what this really shows you guys is, hey, where are we at today, and where do we look to be if we don't make any sort of revenue changes to our water and sewer utilities? So kind of on the left side, this is our cash flow. We call it our financial plan. The lines are, projected total revenues. The bottom one is just your operating, and the top line is kind of operating plus those system development fees we're anticipating hitting the books. All of the bars are your expenses broken up for, the bottom, it looks black here, I think it's navy. Your bottom bar is your operating expenses, and you got a little bit of existing debt. That green sliver is kind of that, proposed debt we're assuming is going to come on as you guys finance some capital projects. And then everything in orange is that we call pay-as-you-go, pay-go cash capital, cash-funded capital projects. And really what we want to see is those lines above the bars. That means, hey, we're not making money, but we're recovering all of our costs. When those lines are below the bars, you can see that's dipping into our cash funds. So you can kind of follow this chart here on the bottom right and see, hey, in 27 we're anticipating spending a little more than we're actually recouping. So you can see your days cash on hand, your fund balance is dropping. And then out in 29 and 2030, you guys are going to hopefully make a little more than what we're projecting you to expend. And so that cash balance kind of stays flat, goes up a tiny bit. And then you see, hey, there's a bunch of big projects out in 2031, and those are going to hit your cash balances. And again, this is why you guys have done such a good job so far. You can handle that for the most part. Now, do we want to see your cash balances and your debt service coverages dipping down out in these outer years? Probably not, especially if we're anticipating, did I hear $19 million at some point? So this is probably not, no rate adjustments is not the path we want to go down. And then I kind of want to loop back to, on our agenda, one of the key findings we really saw is, hey, our water cost accounted for 45%, so, roughly half of total utility cost, but our water revenues only make up 22% of our revenues. And so it's a similar cash flow, just broken out on water, the water side on your left and the sewer side on your right. And you can see, hey, that water revenue line is every year below what we're actually expending on the water side. And you can see on the sewer side, well, our line's above most of the years. So really what we're seeing is, hey, the sewer revenues are supporting the water utility. And kind of that last bullet is really, and we'll get to it in the following slides, but where is all that revenue coming from on the sewer side? And it's that Adams Farm community that you guys have an interlocal agreement with Greensboro to treat their sewer. So just to talk about, where rates are today, just to give you guys some insight if you're not looking at your water bill, sewer bill every month. You guys have a tied rate structure, and so what that means is you have a minimum of 2 units being CCF, and each unit is equal in what it costs. So if you pay $4 for a CCF currently, those first 2 units are $4 times 2 is your minimum, that's $8. A lot of utilities kind of have if they have a minimum, the minimum is usually larger than those units because the philosophy is, well, the first unit of water is far more expensive to serve than the 100,000th unit of water because you have to have all the infrastructure. It's got to exist. It's got to be there. So the pros of this, it's super simple. The cons is, hey, your fixed rate revenues, that bottom line of revenue that doesn't change every year as water and sewer changes, can hurt a little bit. It can be a little less stable, a little less of a cushion for you. But you guys do have 2 times out-of-town water and sewer differentials, 1.5 times for irrigation on the water side, and then 0.75 out-of-town sewer rate for Adams Farm. So I'll get into it, but the way that Adams Farm rate works is you have an interlocal agreement with Greensboro to treat the sewer coming from that neighborhood at a 75% recoup at your outside city rate. Now, what that means is, if you can see up here, I know it's a little small and it's in your pamphlet, but Greensboro charges those customers, those people in Adams Farm, $5.27 per CCF. And then they turn around and pay you $10.28. Now, what that means is you guys are in an extremely advantageous agreement position where you're getting paid more than what they're actually charging for the service. And what that means for Greensboro is they're losing $1 million to you every year. And the reasons your water and sewer rates have been able to be where they've been as of today, well, you're getting $1 million bucks from Greensboro every year.
Don't tell Greensboro.
They know. They know.
They know.
They know.
Secret's
and
out, Sarah.
They know, and it will have to change. We are preparing for that.
Another thing real quick is that when this agreement was originally struck, that differential wasn't like that. It's grown over time just due to a number of factors, and so that was not the intention, was not for them to pay you a lot more than they're recouping.
Yeah, and so really in the financial plan and in the model and what we're assuming right now, and it'll change as the discussion evolves with that interlocal agreement, is we are expecting more parity and more equity to happen between those rates. So we don't want, those are Greensboro's customers and the own and operate the lines. We don't want them to put in another pump station and say, hey, we're just not going to send you guys any more sewer, so we're not going to pay you for it.
Which has happened.
Which has happened in the past, and we don't want this to happen again because those revenues really support your utility currently. And just to kind of give you guys some magnitude, I know it's a little hard to see because they're greens, but the blue at the bottom is your water revenues. The dark green in the middle is your sewer revenues from every customer not Adams Farm. And then those light green revenues are all the revenues you get that Greensboro pays you for those Adams Farm customers. So it's a third, those customers make up about a third of your total utility revenues. We don't want to see those revenues disappear. And so really talking with city staff or town staff and what we want your rates to achieve is, we want to have individual sufficiency for both water and sewer utilities. We want their cost for each utility to be recovered by their individual revenues. We want to maintain, a combined utility minimum debt service coverage and fund balance. We want cash in the fund balance. We know there's all these large capital projects looming out in the outer years of the forecast. And we're working with the city of Greensboro to kind of find some rate equity between Jamestown and Greensboro for charging those Adams Farm customers. Any questions? I know that was a lot.
Just real quick, and I don't need a detailed answer on this, but I'm trying to recall, how did the rate structure get set between Jamestown and Greensboro? Was it something that I don't recall enough about the Adams Farm subdivision about how we were able to come upon that agreement with them, since it's they're billing their users. I mean, do we maintain it? Do we do anything with it other than just?
The history is from the mid-'80s, prior to all of us being here.
Yeah. Was it supposed to be like Jamestown land or something that they?
No, so my understanding is that particular area that Adams Farm is located in was not, that Greensboro was not capable of serving them, or it was going to be, that there were some things with the developer they didn't agree with. I don't remember the history. I wasn't here, probably in elementary school. But my understanding is that rather than annex that portion of the area into Jamestown, that there was a deal struck that we would accept the sewer flow and treat it in exchange for a 75% premium. They retain 25% for their billing and collections. And I think at the time, the rate was much more similar between inside and outside, but that has grown over time. To Jamestown's advantage, but there are some, we're partners with Greensboro, so we need to respect that, and they have discussed this for a long period of time, and in fact, they spent quite a bit of money to build a pump station that took a tremendous amount of flow. How much, Paul?
400 residences.
So they took 400 residences out of that, off that line, which was a really big concern for the town of Jamestown, because when, there's not enough sewer flowing through the line, we have a lot of problems. So it kind of happened, it was kind of advantageous for us that it happened around the same time that the D.R. Horton project started to come onto line, or at least the discussions happened. So we knew that we were going to be able to replace that flow to keep our lines maintained. But it still presents a problem for us and Greensboro. There's some other, and I've explained this to council a little bit, there's some other things coming down the pipeline that we need to help correct. As the cities have grown closer together, the town and the city have grown closer together, we have little things that pop up from time to time that we would like to correct in our interlocal agreement. So we're in the process of inking that. The beautiful thing here is that Raftellus is also their consultant. And that is very helpful for us, because at least they speak the same language, and we can work together to negotiate those deals. We have a preliminary agreement with them, at least at the staff level, that will require taking it to both boards. Speaking with the Water Resources Director of there, Mike Borchers, and myself, I said, look, we're in the same situation. I can't bring anything to my board that's going to be detrimental to Jamestown, and you can't bring anything that's going to be detrimental to the city of Greensboro, so we need to work together to figure out what that looks like and how it works, which is what Raftellus has done. So they've come up with a methodology to solve that.
So just one follow-up question to that. So if they have taken over 400 people now, or counts now for sewer services, what does that leave us in the way of the total number that we're still providing service for?
Previously, we served about 2,700 residences, and now we have about 2,300 coming through. Actually, what they did was they relocated a pump station down gradient. And as Matt said, we were very concerned that if they moved it too far, they would dry up the line.
Yeah.
And a dry sewer line is very difficult to maintain. So there's a good coordination between the towns as that process was done.
So they've taken on about 15% of that total then?
We have a good relationship with Greensboro,
Yeah.
Despite the fact that they're paying us $1 million more than they want to. But we have a good relationship with them, so we're trying to maintain that.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just trying to get to the genesis of the history of all this and some of the changes that have transpired. So
That's the best of my knowledge.
yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Just to look at, hey, so to afford all the stuff we want to do and end up at the end of the 5-year forecast period where we want to end up and fund everything, this is what, kind of rate increases proposed will need to be, and they should be a little different from what's on your sheet. On your sheet is kind of, we put a report together and put together proposed rate increase, I think at 7.5%. We've been informed that, hey, there's an AMI project that the town really wants to move forward with, and we want to end up in the same cash position in FY 2031 as we were previously with the 7.5%. So saying, hey, what's it going to take to afford that project and end up in the same cash fund position place to make sure we can afford everything else in the future? We need to increase rates an additional 3% to be in the same spot.
And just quickly, on the AMI project, in talking with town staff, how this would functionally work is you would pay cash for it today, and then rate increases would fill up that reserve bucket over the next 5 years to get you back to where you would have been had you not done the AMI project. If you were to not do the AMI project, and again, just to clarify one other thing, this is only on the water rate side that we're talking about, the 10.5%. If you took out the AMI project, it would be around 7.5%, and that's what you see in your presentation. At the beginning of this meeting, the AMI project was discussed, so we flip-flopped what we had in the presentation just so you could see what the AMI project would do. Chazo and David could talk to you if you wanted to finance that and not pay cash up front. Again, but adding $1 million, $700,000 project is going to drive a little bit more of a rate increase to stay in the same place. And again, this also reflects on the Adams Farm side, as opposed to a Band-Aid being ripped off all at once and then just going back to parity where they're paying you what they're getting paid. This is kind of a, I think Jackson calls it a glide path over 5 years to get to parity. And so there'd be some decreases over the next 3 years in those rates, so that in 2031, you'd be at more of a parallel existence.
So remind me, what is the AMI project?
So this would be the utility portal that customers could see
Oh.
information on their own consumption.
And that's
We're-
not,
we've been
that's,
work-
that's an additional slide, that's not in here, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
And we will recirculate a PDF file with both.
Thank you. But we've been talking about this for a little while internally as staff. It's something that a lot of customers do believe, that they would like to see information on their bills and have a little bit of control over how they're using their water. The short story is that a number of the meters in town was about 2,000, 1,500, 1,400?
It's 1,900.
1,900, okay, so around 2,000 meters in town are older and would need to be replaced for that system to work correctly. They're also nearing the end of their life cycle, so they do need to be replaced at some point anyway. The question would be, how do we fund this? And so we asked them to put that into the rate model. We asked them to I initially asked them to do it over a 3-year payback, and Chad sent me a note back and said that's going to require a significant rate increase. So we looked at 5 years, which would still require about 11% increase over the next 5 years just in the water rates to pay for that one project. We, as staff, believe that that is a good use of the town's funds to do something like that, but we would need some consensus from council to plan for that in the next budget. We do have a healthy fund balance, and we could pay cash for it up front and then pay back over those 5 years.
And although the 10% looks like a big number here, we'll show you what that impact actually looks like on a total bill here in a minute, so.
And I believe you're saying that it would be a 7.5% rate increase regardless that they're recommending. So the difference, the delta here would be 3% additional per year for 5 years to help pay for that project. I'm making sure that I'm saying it correctly.
That's exactly right.
And again, this is just on the 10.5 is just on the water side. We're not saying there should be an increase in the sewer side. And as you saw in a previous slide, the blue and the green water versus, it's because, hey, the sewer is subsidizing the water fund, and the water fund needs to kind of play catch up while we figure out the Adams Farm rate agreement. So kind of what this does to, a typical bill, we're saying a typical residential bill is 6 CCF. I know it varies based on household side. This is probably reflective, as houses become more efficient in their water use, especially as people have like low flow toilets and efficient washers. This is probably reflective of, 2-parent, 2 children household. So in, 2026 and this year, at 6 CCF, it's $67.20 for a monthly water and sewer bill. And so your last year's rate increase raised the monthly bill 9.8%, or $6 per month. This proposed 10.5% increase in the water side increases, the 6 CCF monthly bill by $2.74, or 4.1% total bill. I know that the rate's going up 10.5%. But your total water and sewer bill is at 6 CF is only going up 4.1%, or $2.74.
Just for comparison, when you had the presentation from Greg Flory talking about regionalization, and he talked about 5,000 gallons, this is the same, 600 cubic feet is
Pretty close.
5,000.
Okay.
And what's the projected percentage increase again?
For a typical bill,
Yeah.
4.1%, or $2.74.
Based on,
Based on this 6 CCF, and based on that 10.5% increase just on the water rate side. There will be no increase on the sewer rate proposed.
But that increase happens every year for 4 years, 5 years?
It does. And so kind of just to show you guys, where you are today and where you would be with the proposed rates next year. The kind of highlighted darker bars are Jamestown's typical bill, again, at 6 CCF. You guys can see, you guys are way towards the bottom of this spectrum here. You guys have done a fantastic job and have been in a great advantageous position historically to keep rates this low. At serving only 2,300, 2,500 customers, I would imagine you guys are in the bottom 10% of North
No,
Carolina.
we actually have, that was only Adams Farm.
Oh, okay.
We're somewhere in the
Even still,
4,000 or so customer
Got it.
range. Yep.
even still, you guys have extremely competitive rates for a utility your size. You can see everyone out here over to the right who's probably serving more customers have bills in the $80 to $90 range. The only people in the nearby utility towns that are serving at a lower cost are Greensboro and Winston-Salem, who are massive utilities with hundreds of thousands of customers, and then Burlington, who has some extremely advantageous interlocal agreements with the utilities in their county that they offset revenues towards.
I was talking to somebody earlier this morning that's on the Randleman system that said that their bills were exponentially higher than us, and this is evidence of why.
Y'all may be familiar with this, but to reach parity with Greensboro, are you looking to then lock in to their rate or to continue to use our rate?
So the goal would be is that as rates adjust, that you'd be in lockstep with Greensboro's rates for that subset of customers, so that there's not a differential there. So it's what happened was over time, as you all adjusted your rates and they adjusted their rates, so when it started, it was equal. But then over time, as Matt said earlier, like it just slowly grew apart.
And that was our outdoor rate was so much higher than our inside.
Right. So the goal would be that each year as the adjustment happens, there would be a specific Greensboro, Adams Farm rate that would be agreed to between the two, and
That's something we would agree to like on a yearly basis based off of Greensboro's current rate. I guess the concern I've got is that from the legal side, whatever agreement we ultimately reach, to the extent that it's an ongoing thing, I want to make sure that if our internal cost rate goes up, and Greensboro's goes down, I don't want parity with Greensboro's rate. Does that make sense on the sewer side?
yeah, and I think the agreement is still being drafted, and attorneys on both sides will have an opportunity to look at it and evaluate it. We are not lawyers, nor do we play them on TV, as we are right now. But yeah, that is still.
It does make a lot of sense. So at this particular juncture, what we've done is we've reached a rough understanding amongst staff of how it should work. We have another meeting set up with Greensboro here in the next couple weeks to try to finalize sort of the details. Their legal team, because they have in-house legal, it would be cheaper for them to at least take a first draft and bring it to us rather than have us spend the money and time coming up with it. So they're going to try to put the nuts and bolts into legal terms. Rob will review that multiple times back and forth until everybody is happy, and then we'll be bringing it to the board for approval for both sides.
Yeah, the only thing I would ask is, I know these are, again, they're ongoing sort of iterative back and forth between the teams about what this might mean. I think, from our perspective, at the end of the day, we'll have to approve a budget and a set of rate provisions. So when you start getting to a point of where you think there's an agreement between the parties, it would be good to know, what does that really look like in terms of, our cost responsibilities or ratepayer responsibilities.
So, and Chad and Jackson can correct me if I'm wrong, but the layman's version of this is that we would create a separate rate for Greensboro's Adams Farm customer subset. We can reach parity, and then from then on, we'd have to have some sort of legal terms that say how we grow together, and we communicate each year to make sure that we are, both entities are being made whole. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
That's
you
my
explained it well. Yeah, that
layman's
works.
version.
And to give attorneys in the room a little moment to breathe, we don't have this starting to change until '28. So, yeah, there's a full year for this thing to get all finalized before we
Right, we
have to make changes.
we did not feel like we could probably finalize all of that between both boards before July 1.
Yeah.
So we did give ourselves a little bit of cushion.
But again, if I understand correctly, so what, if we adopted the model and the sort of percentage increases here, and let's assume that we do the AMI project, the meter project, whatever you want to call it, then effectively, what we would be agreeing to is no change in sewer cost percentage next year for the ratepayers, but there would be a 10.5% cost increase for water services that ratepayers would see, which would equal whatever that number is.
Yeah, I want to be very clear. This should not affect regular customers in town. The Adams Farm component, it does need to be talked about from a revenue standpoint, but it should not affect any in-town, or any of our current customers other than.
Oh, so this is only for Adams Farm? This
Yeah,
isn't-
yeah, exactly.
Okay,
So-
well, I was confused. I thought it was like
It
an
is very
overall rate study
confusing.
for everything.
I don't blame you. It's a very confusing type of
Yeah.
quandary. That's why we have Raftellus helping us.
Okay.
And then trying to work this out so that Greensboro can play catch-up.
Well, I
And
vote
we
yes.
don't
We're
lose.
gonna charge Adams Farm, let's go ahead. Just kidding.
My responsibility is to make sure that the town
That
doesn't
whole
lose.
thing is only related.
And Greensboro's, responsibility is to try to see if they can make up that difference. And we've found a way that is agreeable to do that in about a 3-year period. That's what they're forecasted. It may happen a little faster, it may happen a little slower, but it's a 3-year, as you say, glide path.
So for clarification, that is, what, everything you're talking about, all those percentages, all the rates and stuff are related to Adams Farm.
No. He's kind of intermingling information, right?
Right.
So because it is important for us to know about it all, the information they have on the, go back to where are your rates for the 4.1%?
Well, 7.5%.
Yep, so what he's showing here is what it would, what the impact would be to your average taxpaying citizen or Cedarwood, that type of thing, folks in the ETJ that we service, would be $2.74 on average. I mean, you may use a little less than 600 cubic feet. You may use a little more than that. But on average, it would be about $2.74 a month to allow us to do the customer portal and replacement of meters and that type of project, which we think it would be a good thing for our customers. It's information that they've come to expect from other utilities, and for us to keep up with the times, I think we need to do that. The Adams Farm component, so they're only recommending going up on the water rates, and that's because sewer has been subsidizing. So we're not really seeing a big difference in sewer, other than we need to allow the Greensboro time to catch up. So we're going to hold those sewer rates steady for 3 years. Did I get it right?
We're going to hold the sewer rates for your customers steady throughout the forecast period.
Throughout the 5 years.
Right. The only thing that's changing on sewer, again, is those customers that are serviced by Greensboro in the Adams Farm neighborhood. All you guys do for them is take their flow. You don't do any metering or billing or operating or rehabbing of the stuff. All you do is take flow and send it to East Side.
Correct.
And so no changes on the sewer side for Jamestown customers. We're only recommending a 10.5% increase if we did the AMI project on the water rates.
So overall, and correct me if I'm wrong, this would be less of an increase in water and sewer bills, a utility bill, than they've seen in the last maybe 5, 10 years.
Right.
Yep. So less impact to the customer, much more better tech for the customer to see, much better service. And that was only doable, we'd only be able to figure this out by having somebody else help us do that. So in my opinion, money well invested to make sure that we're giving the customer a much better product
Yeah.
at a much more reasonable cost.
So I'm a bottom line guy. So the one, the slide you have on the screen, so when it says here under 26, 11.5% change, 8.7% change, is that sort of what's forecast for the?
That's the current fiscal year you're in right now.
That's the increase you adopted last year.
Okay, and then when we're looking at next year, we're basically, if we adopted a budget, it would just be a 7.5%
Without the AMI
So,
project.
yeah.
without the AMI, 10.5% with the AMI. So just effectively, again, agreeing to something that would be a 10.5% increase on the water rate charges, no increase on the sewer rate charges for the town, not just Adams Farm. Okay, I got it, thank you.
It is a
Thank you,
complicated
Doug.
issue, and I'm so thankful that they're here to help us through this.
For the first 6 months when we're working on this project, Jackson would have to walk me through the Adams Farm relationship every time, because I'm like, okay, it's a very unique situation.
I
we're
got
in.
it.
Jim, I'm gonna get you to summarize it each time, so that.
So 10.5% water rate increase, the sewer, we're good, keep on trucking.
And Jackson said this earlier, what we're seeing around the state and around the country, like those rate increases at 2-3%, you're in a small group of communities who that's what they're seeing, relative to, a lot of folks are seeing double digits every year going forward, as far as the eye can see, so.
Typically,
I'll ask
what
the
would have,
question, does this account for sort of everything that we've got loaded into the CIP now?
yes.
Okay, good.
And one of the things that, yeah, I sort of neglected, just kind of grazed over there with Adams Farm. Typically, what would have happened, should have happened is that area should have been annexed into Jamestown's territory.
I didn't want to say anything about that.
I mean, it should
Well,
have.
I'm glad you brought it up, 'cause
Because that's how water and sewer works. You know, if you're going to provide the service, then it should have been annexed into Jamestown. Previous administrations or whatever decided not to do that, and somewhat to the town's advantage over time. It happened. It has caused some problems. When you have a sanitary sewer overflow, the question that has become in the past, whose line is this? So we had one that happened on April the 1st, not kidding, where there was a sanitary sewer overflow, and Greensboro thought it was us. We know it to be Greensboro, and I say that because when the plats were recorded, all of the lines were inspected and signed off for by Greensboro, and the plats only give access to the city of Greensboro legally for entry to service them. We don't have any legal ability to service those lines. So there was a lot of back and forth with Greensboro at that time about who took responsibility for that. They ended up doing that. There was a lot, and that was sort of what precipitated this whole discussion. So it's been a few years, and we're finally getting to the end.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
Did we wear you out?
No,
And we will, like I said, we will send out an additional version that shows the with and without PDF. We'll send it
Thank you.
to city staff, and then they'll distribute it to the whole team.
Are you involved in installing the meters, or who does?
Oh, no, I don't, no, we don't do the meter side.
We've done this in the past. When the wholesale changes, we probably find a utility contractor to help us do that. We don't have enough staff to do 2,000 in an easy progression, so we'll have to have a utility contractor, which we've accounted for in that dollar figure.
I think the only thing I would ask, it would be helpful to know sort of the full scope of what that technology may offer, since that's really what we're selling to the ratepayers is, well, I guess new meters, better maintenance capabilities, whatever. But it would be of interest to know.
But you're having to replace a lot of those to begin with, regardless if you
Yeah.
did the AMI project anyway, right?
Say that again.
You're having to replace a lot of those meters anyway, regardless if you did that because of their age and.
Yeah, so typically, I think Paul would say that they need to last around 15 years. Most of these are in the 12 to 13-year range. So, am I wrong?
No, that's right. And
Okay.
then they also, the battery in them, I think it was 18.7 years they said that the batteries would last, so it isn't like you can leave them indefinitely. Some
I do
meters get
listen.
more usage, some get less.
I do listen to you. I listen to you when you talk. But yes, so it is probably wise for us to look at doing something like this. I think it's a fairly small investment by the ratepayer to get a lot more information. I will try to get a demo together for council on that. For now, we'll use the numbers that they've given us. I think there is a general consensus to move forward with the technology. Yes?
With the
Oh, my goodness, I am,
AMI project, is that what you're saying?
yeah, I'm so thrilled.
I'm comfortable with the rate study. Again, I don't know all the
Said
cost
we-
details and stuff
It's
about
in our-
about the
in
new
our-
meters,
in our
but I'm
CIP.
comfortable.
It's on our CIP.
I will add it, but they've added it into there. I let them add it first.
Add what? What are we adding?
Well, the question was?
I wanted to know if it was incorporated into the CIP.
It is with their model. I will add it to ours now that I know you guys want to move forward. Yes, but we've been in contact with them first.
And the beautiful thing is, there's been a lot of coordination between Raftellus and First Tryon, so they've built that into their
Oh, great.
financial model as well. So we're trying to account for all of this in the anticipation of moving forward. You know, for that small amount of increase, I think it returns a lot to the customer.
I just want to say I am thrilled with this. I think this is so exciting. A lot of you know I've been using a little device like this to kind of monitor my own water usage. And we all know the rates are going up. That's just inevitable everywhere. But at least it gives you some control. And it really pays off when you can begin to sort of understand how much you're using every time you brush your teeth, or if you have a leak, you know. I mean, I'm assuming that's what this would show to some degree, more of a real-time view. And I think we should even take advantage of, if we show everyone, you know, have a workshop or something, what it does. It's wonderful. It's just a really great thing that we could offer this.
Yep. I don't know the exact meters you guys are looking at, but I do remember, I was at a conference and a finance director was saying that she used to be able to tell when her son comes home.
Yeah.
And then he'd come home, he'd use the restroom and flush the toilet, and she'll be able to see it on her bill.
Yeah, yeah.
And so she would be able to ask him questions about when he got home, and he would try to tell the story, and she'd say, well, according to the meter, it says you got home about 2:15, not 11:30.
Right,
So,
right.
anyways. So yeah,
Well, and that's,
some of the technology is pretty fantastic.
it will pay for itself. We got an alert the other day that, you know, are you power washing? No, it's too cold. It had a leaky, you know, toilet tank. And it ran for about an hour before I looked at my phone. That saves people money, a lot of money, because that can be costly if it doesn't get attended to. Thanks, that's wonderful. Oh, love that.
So I'm going to ask for about a 15-minute recess so everybody can do a bio break. And then we do have lunch, and we'll get some drinks pulled out here for you as well. So if it's okay, we can just 15-minute recess?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Very good.
look, I might be beating you because I can't go to the doctor.
Well, I'm having too much fun now.
We're
so
back.
let's-
Thank you. So thank you very much for your attention and being able to stay here a little bit later. There were a couple items back on the general fund CIP I wanted to run through, and that was, the first of which is getting some direction on Guilford County Sheriff's Department contract. I will say it's been about a year and a half or so worth of conversations on this. Staff's recommendation, if it will help at all, is to leave it at the $500,000 funding level and then memorialize our contract and the changes that need to be made that Rob has already discussed with the county attorney. But that's certainly open for discussion. I wanted to get some direction so that we could.
Well, I've been thinking about this a lot and had conversation, and I really feel that it would be wise to just leave the sheriff's contract as is. For several reasons, I think, due to the growth in Jamestown, expected growth in Jamestown, but also for continued safety for our citizens who are used to having or feeling like we have deputy coverage here in the town. I know it's been ongoing conversations about it. I just don't think it's wise that we try to alter or change it at this particular time due to the growth. So that's my stance, and making sure that our citizens are feeling protected, so.
It's a really good question. I don't have an answer for that. I've emailed and asked and not gotten, so I can look at this as like, there's two different components of the contract. There's a legal side. That contract needs to be revised, period. The language in there is bad. The idea of us holding cars and giving them back and transferring, like, that's not a good idea. I don't think anybody on the council wants to do that. So that part, we've gone back and forth. We've got a contract that I think both parties are largely happy with. There may be some little tiny tweaks, but I can't get a response from them. And I think part of that is because they want to find out what's going on with the second part, which is the amount we're willing to pay and the level of services that we're seeking to get. That's the policy question, of course, for the council. I think what Councilmember Burgess was talking about. Every year, we get some estimate as to what they anticipate it's going to cost to have a deputy assigned to the Jamestown limits 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I think the last number, of course, is going to have the more precise numbers, was in the 600 range. And the previous council said, well, like, that's a pretty big increase from where we were the year before. We're going to continue our budget at 500,000, and we think maybe you're overestimating it because really supposed to be one municipality can't make money on another municipality, right? One, we're nonprofit entities, but we're really just subdivisions of the same larger entity, the state. So it's supposed to be us reimbursing them for that cost. We vehemently disagree about how those numbers are calculated, and the estimate that they're giving us kind of moves and based on what we're actually paying each month, and we were kind of hoping that $500,000, or at least the council appeared to kind of hope that was going to get us pretty close to what the actual cost would be and kind of kick the can down the road. So right now, I think the budget is at $500,000.
Yes, it is.
With the expectation that there's a very good chance that they're going to bill us for more than that. And at some point, we're going to come to a point where the council's going to have to make a decision about a budget amendment to cover that difference. I think the policy question for me is that if the council doesn't want to spend whatever magic number that the county comes up with, your only option is to go back and say, well, we don't want that level of service. To be blunt, the negotiations that we had about how they were calculating those numbers hit a wall. Again, I don't want to get into motives and things, but I don't believe that negotiations further for how the number is calculated are going to be fruitful or worth the cost it would incur for me to attempt that again. If there are other people that want to go work in the political circles to try to open that, by all means. But I think that second part of what the town wants to spend, from a policy standpoint, is really, we either go to them and say, this is how much money we've got to spend, what can you provide to us? Or we go to them and say, what's it gonna cost to have deputies from this point to this point, or not including these points or whatever else, and see if we can't reach that agreement. The contract that we've got, that's currently being bounced back and forth, that hopefully we get ironed out, allows us to do that every single year, and has timelines built in so that both municipalities, the county and the municipality, have time for both boards to look at that, agree with that, and put it into their budget so that neither side gets blindsided. Because I do agree with Ms. Burgess and what she's indicated in the past and other people. I think from a policy standpoint, it would be detrimental to our relationship with the county if we suddenly, all of a sudden, decided that we didn't want any services, right? I think they have the same budgeting process that we do, and having that kind of a sudden change is not fair to them, just like it's not fair to us. So I think whatever the board wants to do, they need to be looking a year out, right? So again, if the board decides that, we don't need that level of service, we don't want to pay for that level of service, then we can look at next year taking that back by whatever percentage or amount that the board wants.
So I probably have some opinions about the issue with the contract with the Sheriff's Department. First of all, I'll preface everything by saying, this is a decades-old contract with the town. They do a great job for us, have always supported our efforts in providing this 24/7, 365 service to the town. But when I look at things, I have, somewhat of a perspective of seeing how other communities are being provided services by the department. And so I have, questions about things that I would like to have answers to. And probably the two most important questions in my mind, one is knowing that we're the only town, municipality in the whole county that purchases additional services from the Sheriff's Department. I know that this past year, and it sounds like we may do this going forward next year, I'd really like to have some specific detail around what positions are we paying for with our $500,000. And maybe we have that and I just haven't seen it, but it would be good to have them detail that out for us just so we have an understanding, because the contract back in the day started with the town paying for a deputy to provide 24/7, 365 coverage. And, so I'd like to see some detail there. The second thing, and this is a larger, broader question, really has to do with the whole thing about the fact that Jamestown residents and businesses are Guilford County taxpayers as well as Jamestown taxpayers. So when I look at the communities of Summerfield, Stokesdale, Oak Ridge, Pleasant Garden, Sedalia, they're all being provided with Guilford County Sheriff's Department support based off of the contributions of their county taxes that they pay. And so my question is really, how are Jamestown residents and businesses contributions in terms of the Guilford County taxes they pay, how are they actually accounted for in this equation of the extra services that we ask for from the Sheriff's Department? And, again, when you look at some of the metrics that they publish about response times, there's not a big difference between the service and level of response that these other communities receive than what we receive. But I don't really want to go there with that stuff. I'm more interested in just the fact of knowing, how is this accounted for? And, how does this relate to the value that we receive? How does this relate to potential, concerns or requests that we have from time to time, and how we might express those to the Sheriff's Department? Those are the two primary questions that I have, or I'd like to have answers on from them directly. So I'll stop there.
I guess we'll just say that I presented those questions in a meeting with members of the county and their finance team, the sheriff team, et cetera. I'll tell you, their answer is going to be, and has been, that there are other services that we are receiving, that everybody in the county receives, that are not part of that budget. The budget that they've given us essentially outlines, I think it's 4 officer positions, their salaries, their benefits, everything involved with their employment, of various equipment, and oversight, and paper towels in the station, all sorts of things that they've come up with that they think we should be responsible for. Again, I disagree with those numbers, but that's everything that I think you could possibly argue for the people who step foot in Jamestown with a sheriff's badge on. The parts that are not part of that budget are detention, which is a massive, massive component of the sheriff's overall budget. So no argument there. Jamestown gets a benefit from the sheriff for operating and running the detention centers and parole and all the other things involved in that. Detectives and murder investigations and crime scenes and, all those other things that are not part of like the patrol. We definitely get benefits there. I asked though, but of the remaining like patrol officers, right, there are patrol officers that are in Summerfield, right, that occasionally drive through Summerfield and Stokesdale and all these other places. Certainly some portion of the county ad valorem taxes that our residents are paying is going towards that. And so I did some numbers and but it's above 0, right? And they disagree with that. They have just declined to weigh in on that. And I guess that's been, and they say that like I think we've reached a dead end. They made it pretty clear, like this is the price, and that's the price, and like we're not negotiating the price. We've decided that this is what we're going to charge, and we've come up with our own little system of calculating that, and take it or leave it. So again, I had that exact same question. I pushed hard from various different people on that position and did numbers, and again, I'm happy to provide all that, but didn't get anywhere on that.
How much of it is because they have an office here? Is that unusual?
So I think I've mentioned this before, and I will mention it again. There is absolutely no legal right that anybody in Jamestown has for any services from the sheriff's department, right? So if we did not have a contract with the sheriff's office, and you were being held at gunpoint outside of the town hall and called the sheriff's office and said, I'm currently being held at gunpoint, would you please come? They could hang up the phone. Okay, so like that's really important because the sheriff, as an elected official, can decide entirely on his own how to allocate resources. So a person in Jamestown has no more or less right to sheriff services than a person, 12 inches from the Virginia state line or the Rockingham County state line or county line. So yes, there is a patrol office here, but we don't have any right to have that patrol office here.
But, at the end of the day, though, the sheriff is, as I understand it, statutorily required to provide law enforcement services to this community.
He's required to provide services to the county.
Right.
Right,
And
because,
the method that he believes is most efficient with the resources he's been given.
Yeah, but I just don't think it's practical to say that if we had an issue that the sheriff wouldn't come. I don't believe that would be the case, that he would.
Right, he's politically accountable.
Right.
But not legally accountable. And I think that's the biggest issue is that, if he did something just utterly ridiculous, and again, like lawyers, we use the most extreme examples to make our point. Excuse the hyperbole, but, if he did something that all citizens would agree is boneheaded, they can fire him, but they can't sue him. And that, again, that just puts us in a position that, is he not going to show up to any calls? If we canceled the contract, he'd probably still show up to calls, right? But would he allocate resources differently?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe, right?
Well, again, I'll say it would be helpful to me to have answers to those two questions. I don't know how they get asked, again, of the sheriff's department. But at the end of the day, it's a line item of our budget that we'll have to act upon. And, I'm right now, again, I'm satisfied with the fact that we've got a great relationship. We want to maintain that with them. They do provide the best I can tell, excellent service to our community. We want to maintain that. But at the end of the day, I sort of feel a fiduciary responsibility to define the value of what this means for the taxpayers in Jamestown. And so, you know, I'm continuing to ask the questions, and hopefully they'll provide some answers that will help inform me at a higher level about what that looks like, and we can continue forward from that perspective.
I had two quick questions, and you may have already addressed this, and one of them was, I guess in relation to D.R. Horton, well, let me go back a step. The 500,000 is what we're being charged, but then you said we get a bill. So in other words, at the end of the term, are they potentially saying there was more or there was less?
So we budgeted 500,000 2 years ago, and that met all of the needs that we were budgeted that year, right? And that was based off the estimate. The sheriff's department every month sends us the bill based off of what they allege they've incurred under that system that they've come up with, right? We've not really had it fluctuate a whole lot each month, but in theory, if like we had overtime or some equipment needed to be replaced or something else happened, we could see that. Yeah, or like, again, we did, arguably the biggest thing that happened a year and some change ago was that the sheriff and the Guilford County Board made the decision to increase deputy pay across the board, right? Which was, I agree with that decision. We were like, the deputies were underpaid compared to similar sized municipalities. But that, of course, then got relayed to us, and our budget went up, I think by a percentage even higher than the salary increases were. So we'd gone from, again, roughly 500 to roughly 6 and some change. And we were in the midst of trying to negotiate the contract, and to have these discussions and ask those exact questions and try to come up with a better formulation for that number. And the board said, well, like, let's just agree that we're gonna fund it at the same level that we did last year, in hopes that we'll be able to come to an agreement. And if it's a little bit more than 500,000, then we can do a budget amendment. Same level of service, but we wanted to kind of negotiate that. Because again, the old contract has some things that just aren't valid anymore.
Right.
And unfortunately, we failed, right? So like, we didn't get anywhere with convincing them that their methodology for calculating cost was not complete.
Okay. And then the second part would just simply be, and you may have already addressed this, about the addition of all the new homes over a period of however many years it takes for that phase to go through. And so is that something that will be addressed in the contract? They're going to say, well, we're having to cover this many more, and so we're...
I can answer it. So when the proposed development came in, we had multiple conversations with them to make sure that there was adequate coverage, or did we need to prepare to add more coverage, those types of things. And they indicated to us that as long as our population was 10,000 roughly or lower, that they could cover it with the same level of service using the same number of officers. To cover a 24-hour, 365-day a year shift, they require 5 positions. So they can cover up to about 10,000 population with that same number of positions. So they didn't feel like there was going to be any need to add additional staff to cover a new subdivision, for example.
So the converse of that would have been that we've been paying for a town of the size of 10,000 for X number of years because it was already staffed to fix, right?
Well, so, I mean,
Just talking out loud.
It's kind of like the water analogy
Yeah.
earlier, where the first unit costs this much, it costs a lot.
But I think but the difference between the water and the sheriff's office, we, the board, has made a decision to pay for 1 deputy in Jamestown, 24 hours, 7 days a week. Whether there's 20 people or 20,000 people, it's 1 deputy in the town every minute of every day, right? I mean, again, the sheriff has said that they believe that is sufficient to meet that population.
Correct.
The more people we have, right, the less people are gonna see the deputy every day, right? Because there's one of them, he's got X number of miles, he's not gonna, like, his presence and his behavior is not gonna change. obviously if we end up with a spike in crime as a result of a spike in population, maybe the sheriff will come back and say, we need a higher level of service. I think,
Okay.
but right now, we're not paying like per person, we're paying per deputy.
Which is the reason why I was saying I don't really think it was wise, in my opinion, to tamper with it, because we still have the coverage anyway, based on the amount of money that we have put in the budget. We're covered,
again,
and by population.
Yeah, and again,
Or-
right now, I think the board does have to, again, we can keep what we've currently got, which is we've kind of deliberately underfunded a budget for something that, according to the sheriff's office, is gonna cost more than what we budgeted for. So if the board, does not think that we're gonna get anywhere with any further negotiations, and also believes that the sheriff's office estimate is correct and wants to maintain that same level of service, presumably then the board would want to budget for the full 6 and some change.
Do you have anything that you can provide the board based on your last meeting with them, and in regards to maybe the questions that Councilman Westmoreland had?
I think I forwarded Councilmember Westmoreland some of the emails that I had that kind of showed how, like,
So your questions weren't answered in there?
Well, there was not an answer in there about sort of how our Guilford County property taxes that fund the other communities with 100% support sort of applied towards the equation of support for Jamestown. And again, that's an important question to have answered, just from the perspective that the other communities are receiving services at no cost.
right. And again, like, I hope you'd agree that I asked that question rather pointedly. And even did some numbers to say, I took the total county sheriff's budget and essentially divided it out by household and by property tax, ad valorem taxes, took our ad valorem taxes, back calculated that, took out the detention, took out the investigations, tried to get it down to the patrol, took out the cars, and I came up with a number. And I said, I'm sure we can argue over this number, but whatever the number is, it is not zero. And they said, thanks for your email. So, and again, this is something I've had this exact discussion. Two of the members in here have heard me go through this exact same thing a year ago. And we got got pushback from the sheriff's office from what I said, but I stand by that. These are just like simple facts. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to undermine their position, but these are numbers. They're not like, I just don't, I fail to understand their position.
And my thing is, it just goes back to better understanding the full scope and value of what we're receiving from the sheriff for the $500,000 that we pay. And again, that doesn't mean that they don't support us now, because they certainly do. It's just more of a question about, if you're one of a kind, and we're one of a kind in the county, then I would think that we would want those answers and just, try to better understand that when people ask us the questions about, what does this contract represent, and knowing that we're paying the bill for it, so.
So far, this fiscal year that we're in, we've spent $216,000. We have roughly $283 left of the contract.
And that's
for-
billed-
For the third and fourth quarter, that'll get us
I was
out.
gonna say, it's billed quarterly.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be, what's the total then that we're expecting based off of that allocation, like 680? Lawyers should not ever be allowed to do math
680 for what?
for the year.
They're gonna bill us 680 and we're.
We don't know exactly what they're going to bill us.
But it's gonna be more than
Extrapolating.
So we budgeted, well, that brings up an interest. So they're billing us as if they don't understand what we budgeted last year?
No, so they've come up with a number.
They don't care.
Well, they've said, here are the things that you're gonna reimburse us for,
Yeah.
right? They take that list, and every single month, they add up all of those things, and they send us a bill for those things. They estimated last year that over the course of the year, all those things were gonna add up to be 600 and some dollars. I wanna say 620, something like that. And again, the board decided to budget 500. and they've been billing, you know, at the 100 and some, you know, numbers.
Well, we had a discussion at one point that we were gonna have like a contract or something that said not to exceed 500,000. But
Well,
then,
You passed a resolution saying that you did not want to fund any
okay,
more than 500,000. We've let them know that.
Right.
And they're going to continue to bill for what they have determined to be their costs to provide that level of service. And Rob is saying that we're going to get to the end of the year, we're probably going to be over the 500 number. So there'll need to be a true up.
Yeah.
That'll be a budget amendment,
Yeah.
most likely from fund balance.
Once they send us third quarter,
You'll be closer.
I'll probably have.
okay.
I mean, it's going to be somewhere in the 600 soon. You know, again, if things stay roughly where they are now, it's going to be probably in the upper 600s. But again, they give us like the idea of the current draft contract is that we tell them what level of services. They, again, have their own little like formula calculation that they're not budgeting on. And then they charge us for the cost incurred under those things monthly. And based off of that, they give us an estimate, right? They look at their budget and they say, okay, well, here's what the salary is going to cost, here's what the equipment's going to cost, and we anticipate that it's going to be roughly X number of dollars to provide that level of service using our calculation over the course of the year. Then we decide if we want to approve or decline that, and then everybody passes their budgets and moves on. You know, again, we were kind of in this limbo state at the last budget that the board felt comfortable, did not feel comfortable with a 20-some% increase for the same level of services. We're hoping that between changing the vehicles and going back and looking at that decades-old contract and talking about some of these numbers we've talked about, that we'd be able to get the same level of services for roughly the same price or maybe a little bit of an increase. But again, we've not, I mean, again, bluntly, like, I was authorized and told to go negotiate a contract for the same level of services at the same price, and I've not been able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we're potentially looking at 149,000 shortfall, maybe 150, based off of the past 2 quarters. If they were to pay us straight the last 2 quarters, I mean, that's another 216,000. We only have 283 available left off that contract.
So
So you're still looking at maybe.
So Rob's
150.
point is that you either increase your budget to match what they told you it's going to cost to do it. So let's say 650 or 680,000, whatever the number is. You can tell them that you want to reduce the amount of service that you're providing, or you can cancel the contract altogether and hope that we continue to retain some sort of service from the sheriff's department. You know, and I will say this, it is a much cheaper deal for us to stay with the sheriff's department than it is for us to try and fund a police department.
Yeah, that's true. Yep,
I mean,
Just
again,
giving you all the options.
absolutely.
not from a legal standpoint, but just in dealing with the county and the sheriff's office, the third option, I don't think is a
No,
viable option.
it's not wise-able at all.
Again, if the board wants to work towards having that contract, I think that's fine, but that needs to be done over a period of time.
So I think, you know, based off of what I'm hearing, I've got some concerns about the fact that, you know, this board last year made a decision about what they would fund. It sounds like the sheriff's department probably knows that. They probably understand what that number is. Obviously, they came to us and they asked for the 600,000 plus number. But, you know, they've not honored or otherwise respected that decision that was made by this board, and they're continuing to bill at their rate. So, I mean, I've got some concerns about that. But to me, it's more, again, an issue of, you know, they have provided good service to the community. Like Matthew said, if we want to continue down this road, that's the best option for us to pursue and to keep our relationship with them at a very high level and good level in terms of how we work together. I just, you know, as I'm sitting here thinking about things, you know, if this is going to continue, then we definitely need to have a better contract instrument in place. So a new contract likely is in order, because we need to have certainty about the decisions that we make and how they translate into the services that we're receiving from any provider, versus just a relationship where we, pronounce a budget proclamation of X amount, and they pronounce a proclamation of Y amount, and they charge us Y amount. Anyway, I think that needs to be, that needs to come to some point of resolution, because right now I don't like that method of operation. I don't think it's fair to us and the fact that we're paying the bill.
Well, I just want to clarify that they essentially, when we passed the bill, they told us, if you want to maintain your current level of services, it will cost you $630,000. And the board said, well, we are going to approve a $500,000 budget for now in hopes that over the course of the negotiating will come down. It didn't, right? Again, but the sheriff's office at no point ever agreed to take our budget, right? They as of 2026, or when we negotiated the 2026 budget, they flatly told us it was going to be 600 and some change for the current level of service. So.
I personally, look, this is me, Sarah, talking. I mean, I'm speaking for myself, I'm not speaking for the citizens of Jamestown.
I get rid of them all.
But, I mean, I've made this known to, in our previous council that we had, that I don't think the sheriff's department has been a good faith partner in this. I don't think that I personally don't think we need the level of service of 24-hour coverage. I was in favor of reducing it shift by shift and seeing what the impacts were. But that's Sarah Glanville. When we did the citizen survey, people said that was one of their number one priorities, and they didn't mind paying more taxes for it. So I don't personally, again, as Sarah Glanville, like paying my county taxes for it, and then again paying city taxes for it. But that's Sarah Glanville, not the citizens of Jamestown. I'm just one citizen of Jamestown. So that's where I am with it, so.
Yeah, I think it's, in some cases, just thinking about this philosophically, it's almost like a perceived protection, like somebody prints a guarantee on a box, and it feels better that I buy this one because this one has a guarantee on it, which really doesn't mean anything, it's just printed on the box. And so they have that, and they see it, and that we've got this extra protection in their mind, and whether it's real or imagined, and it's real in the sense that there's people there that you don't have in Summerfield, there's somebody dedicated to this specific geographic area, but I think a lot of times it's just a matter of, it makes people feel better when it's not, it may cost more, and I don't know that there's a solution, because you've negotiated, they don't want to negotiate, we don't really have much of a position, because that is such a small fraction of their budget, I would imagine, that unfortunately we don't have a big leg to stand on. And it's such a difficult thing, because when you start talking about, well, we're going to reduce police coverage, I don't care what reason you give anybody, that doesn't sound good. It doesn't make people feel good. And so, at this point in time, I do agree that we have to, at some point, figure out, well, where does this end? Because I realize costs go up and that sort of thing. But where does it end? Because next year they're going to say 700,000. We're just going to keep writing the check, and at some point it becomes difficult for us to do that. But for right now, I think it's one of those things you kind of have to. It's not great, but it's the thing that makes people feel better. But I do think we're going to have to find a way to. I don't know that, like you said, they're not going to renegotiate, but at least get an idea of what is going to happen. And I realize what the folks did last year is say, hey, this is what we're going to do, but they already said ahead of time, this is what it's going to be, and we're going to have to at least plan for that for the near future. I don't have any grand suggestions about how we solve that problem, because it's so complex and political, and our weight in that just seems to be minor, unfortunately. So I'm not sure what I just said, but I felt better to get it out.
I understood it. I thought it was well articulated.
I am still back to, I don't want to be on record that, Jamestown got rid of their deputy department, or their sheriff's department. I don't want to do that. That doesn't feel safe. And again, Have we had any do you know, I mean, other than the sheriff's reports that we get at the council meeting? We are growing, and I just keep going back to that. Times certainly aren't getting better. They seem to be getting worse. You want to look at it like that. I just feel like that's just me. That's the Pam Burgess, like the Sarah Glanville. We're great friends, but we can agree to disagree.
So at this point, we'd have,
But
our decision is to, we're gonna at some point have to have
A number to
budget
plug into the budget.
Need to put a number in the budget.
We need to put a,
So-
that's what we need to do.
Right now, it's sitting at 500,000.
right,
gotta
she's
be-
most,
It's not gonna fund it.
so just for clarification, she will probably most likely have to bring you a budget amendment for an amount. We don't know exactly what that'll be yet,
For the current fiscal year.
for the current fiscal year,
However,
to true that up. But going forward, if we want to keep things sort of as is, we need to adopt the number that reflects
need to
what we
adopt
think
the
that they're
number.
actually going to charge
Wait,
us.
And we've not gotten,
You didn't get, you still.
so we don't want to put it at 500 and then also have to do another budget amendment.
so,
It's not responsible budgeting.
right,
You know
so
what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
last year, we got an estimate of 620 something. So we're gonna have a budget amendment to get up to that number, plus anything they go over. We have not gotten an estimate from the sheriff's office for the anticipated cost of 2027, the budget year that we're talking about
not even
now,
sure if they know.
right? They probably don't have that yet. I don't know what that number is gonna be. Once it gets given to us, we'll present it to the board. We anticipate that it's gonna be in the 680 plus range, right? So I would say, again, we're probably gonna have a budget amendment to cover the shortfall for this year. If we're not gonna make any changes, then I personally will let Faith weigh in too, but I would be looking at budgeting in the 650 to 680 range.
I would say 700,
Yeah,
if we don't wanna have a shortfall.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't,
It doesn't mean we have to spend 700, right?
yeah, I mean,
But-
I wouldn't over budget just from a,
Correct.
We could get.
I'd rather have a minor budget amendment for $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. That's a,
Are you afraid that if we over budgeted, they would find ways to spend that money?
What's your feeling on that, Faith? I'm just curious. Did I put you on the spot?
I concur with Rob.
No, I get that, I get that.
So
Makes sense.
I'm going back to my point about, the questions that I've got, I'd like to have answers to those. Right now, if I had to make some decision about where I was comfortable in setting the budget mark for next year, just because of where we're at dynamically with all these discussions, I would say, I would be comfortable with setting a budget mark of $500,000, asking them to give us a response of what that looks like in terms of overall service provisions and capabilities, and answering the questions that we're asking and sort of seeing what happens there. Again, it doesn't mean that we couldn't go up, it doesn't mean that we couldn't go down, but it's one of these things that, again, I don't get a warm fuzzy with the fact that this board made a decision about what they would do, and, they don't appear to be sort of honoring that or respecting that, is how I would term it. So that's where I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with setting a budget mark that we plan for, $500,000, and then getting answers and sort of revisiting that or reserving the
Where
right
would
to
that money
revisit
come
that.
from if we did not, if it's.
Jim, and I don't wanna be
Is
a
it the fund
jerk,
balance?
but, I think we need to come to terms with, I think it's a good question of like, what could we get for 500,000? If that's our top dollar, what can we get for I don't know if we've asked that specifically, but I think we need to come to terms with the fact, all the questions that you have, and they're very good questions, we've all thought of those questions a million times over the last 2 years and have asked and asked and asked. So we just have to come to terms with, they are not a good faith partner in this negotiation. They are saying, this is what it is. They're not going to give us the answers. We either take it or leave it and budget it fully, or say, what can we get for 500,000 and stick with 500,000? Because we're not going to get the answers that.
I was going to make the same point. I think that it's fine to ask the question, if we're only willing to spend 500,
Right.
what does that get us? That's a valid question. I agree with Sarah that we've asked those questions on multiple occasions, and I don't know that, no offense to Rob, but I don't know that it would be in the town's best interest to spend additional money with the town attorney to re-ask the same questions, to get no answers again.
We even had them come to,
Well-
to council briefings, and they still, like,
Yeah.
it was just, here's what it is.
We don't have any leverage in this,
Yeah.
or weight.
So they've essentially answered the
I don't
question.
agree with that point. I think we do have leverage. We're the ones that are paying for the contract. So
No,
I
it's
think,
not
I
about
think we do have
leverage.
leverage. I just don't.
Jim, you know what? I respect that, but I don't think it's much about leverage than us burning a bridge for a town that's growing. That's my concern. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, and I don't want to do that either, so thank you. My thing is, you know, there's, to me, this is more just sort of community and business dynamics and understanding what it is that we're getting for what we're paying for. And again, I'll go back, sound like a broken record, but being one of anything is never a very good, comfortable position. And as we're all sitting here talking about sort of what the genesis of this was, where we initially started out saying that we wanted to pay for one deputy 24/7, 365, whatever that number was back in the day, and now it's 600,000 plus, and it continues to grow. And we just feel that we have to accept whatever that new number is that comes across the bow every year without questions and without answers to our questions. I just don't think that's acceptable, but I'm with you. I want to maintain the relationship. I value the service that the sheriff's department provides to us.
So
But I'm looking out for our taxpayers from the perspective of the value that we receive for the contract, because I don't think we've got good definition on that.
Does anybody know who many years ago decided we needed this and why?
It was in 1993.
Billy Ragsdale and Sticky
It
Butt.
goes back into the 70s. I did a deep.
Oh, yeah, it
dive on
does.
that.
I'm sorry, the last contract was.
Yeah, the last contract was from the mid-90s, and
That's the one I asked for
1991.
at our
2 years ago, yeah.
very first budget meeting.
it goes back to the 70s. I think that there was just a request to have some additional coverage in town. At some point, 72 or so, they came back and said, well, to continue to have somebody there on a little bit more frequent basis, you need to give us a little bit of money. And I think it started off in like the $40,000 range. For a year or two, that was fine, and then it was like, well, you know what, we need a car. And then it was like, okay, well, we'll pay for the car, and then things kind of went from there. The most recent contract sort of memorializes how it was done up to that point. We paid for cars, they take care of them, and then when it was time to dispose of them, they were supposed to be bringing the proceeds back to the town.
Well, we got the car.
Or we could get the car,
Like,
vice versa.
We would use it for our other municipal stuff at some point, and then we'd sell it and keep the proceeds, but nobody wants to do that, right?
No,
Like I
So
think-
here's my final little ask. So when did they typically send us their budget request number?
We have to ask generally.
Yeah.
You have to pry it from them.
Normally, we've just always, it's normal, in the past, it's just always been right at that $500,000 mark that I've noticed since I've been here.
One of
And
the
it's just
issues,
now in the last year or two, because of, they need to give raises
Right.
to retain
Right.
sheriffs,
Yeah.
deputies, and so it's just kind of over the last couple of years just went up. And rightly so. They deserve to be
Oh, yeah.
paid. It's just been over the last couple of years since we've actually went over the 500,000. So 500,000 has always kind of been a benchmark, kind of been a number, and normally we've been under, but this is the last couple fiscal years we've been over.
So, and I hesitate to even like speculate.
So if we just stayed at the 500 and it goes over, then it's already, I'm just thinking out loud, we have the money in our fund, or we have to take
They
it
already
from
told
the
us how much
capital
it was
fund?
Work out.
Gonna be anyway, right?
More revenue than we do expense.
Well, we just need to come up
But
with
in
a
a
budget to
sense-
figure out what.
Fund balance will be the other.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a budget adjustment at the end of the year to make up the difference. But again, I will say none of this sits well with me.
Jim, and I'm in the exact, I also find it completely unacceptable. Like, I feel like these are really basic questions we have asked them. And this is why I'm ready to be done with the whole thing. But again, that's me, Sarah Glanville. I personally don't think that I want to be in a relationship with an entity that can't give us basic answers so that we can report to our constituents about why we have made the decisions we have. So that's why I feel like, maybe all of us, I feel like we're in a position of like, we can either say, we are going to continue this relationship with someone who's just not behaving acceptably, and we can't really answer to our constituents appropriately, but because of whether we want to maintain the good relationships, we like the perception of safety, whatever it is, we're going to do it anyway. Or we say, no, it's not acceptable, and we don't want to be in business with you any longer. So that's where I feel like we are, honestly.
I would agree with that, and I always try to see every side of something, and I see both of those things, what everybody's saying. We are kind of over a barrel, and I don't think we're kicking the can down the road, but I think at the moment in time, we have to move forward, because we don't have the solution. I agree. I think we can't just sit here, you can't do that forever. I don't think you can't do that forever and just say, well, whatever it is you charge us, we're going to end up paying. I don't know that today or this year is the time that we can say, because we don't actually have the plan, because we're not getting the answers we need. I think it's something that we still have to continue to look at, because I agree, it's hard to just go, why am I paying more than Summerfield? They're getting the same. I mean, we are getting more, but it's still they're still not answering the basic question. So I think it's something that we are going to have to move forward with. Unfortunately, I do think we need to budget for what we think we're going to have to pay for. That's my personal opinion. But continue to look for ways to how do we get out of it, or how do we resolve this. I know, because I feel the same way, that like, I don't like somebody lording over me all the time saying, this is what you're going to do, I don't care what you think. And that doesn't sit well with me either. In this situation, I think we're going to have to budget for what we think that's going to be for a lot of different reasons that's already been stated, and then continue to have this conversation about what is it that we can do to either bring them to the table or find a better solution.
Can we just go forward with the 500 now and say, we're new, 3 of us are new to this seat. Therefore, we need to know more, and anything beyond that will be based on us sitting down and discussing specifics?
I don't think any of the staff or myself would recommend that approach. I think as council, your job is to come up with a budget. And deliberately creating a budget that you know is not going to work, I don't think is a very good, I don't think it's an appropriate way to move forward managing the town, to be honest. So if you decide that you only want to spend $500,000 on law enforcement, then you need to direct me to tell the sheriff's office that, right? That we are not going to spend more than $500,000, right? And we need to make that as an ultimatum. But if your intention is we're going to have the same level of service, this is what they've told us it's going to cost, and we still have some questions, then I think you need to budget the expected cost. Does that make sense? Because the citizens and are entitled to see where we're putting our money and what the anticipated costs are. And Faith is required under a whole bunch of laws to have a balanced budget and not to like have budget amendments every month to cover for things that we knew were coming up, but we just didn't want to put on the budget. So that's from like a legal standpoint, from a staff allocation standpoint. Again, if the policy is changed from the board that you do not want to spend more than $500,000, that's fine. I'll go to the sheriff's office and tell them that, or Matthew will go to the sheriff's office and tell them that. But if the policy is that we're going to maintain the current contract, and we know that the cost of that is $650,000, that should be what's budgeted.
I think the only thing that we would learn from doing $500,000 is what would we get for $500,000? Because then they're going to cut off $150,000 worth of services. That's really the only thing we're going to benefit from that.
With
Yeah, it may
probably
go from like 4
2.
deputies down to 2 or 3 deputies.
Yeah, I was going to say probably half this year.
Yeah, you would decrease the deputies.
I already knew that.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I think everyone has made excellent points, and, it would be nice to have an end game, but I mean, honestly, these are the exact same conversations we had in this exact same room 2 years ago, and here we are, I mean, zero things have changed in those 2 years. And 2 years from now, it will be a new council, so, there's always going to be new people saying, I need to catch up, and I just don't, I feel like we either need to say, again, like we have a limit and we'll take what we can get for that, or we just accept, I mean, they're basically selling us a service and saying, here's the price, take it or leave it, and they're gonna continue to do that indefinitely. I don't think there is an endpoint where they're gonna say, well, okay, once we get to $1 million, we'll never increase the price on you ever again. You know what I mean? I think every year they're going to say, this is the cost for us to staff you 24/7, take it or leave it.
And rightly so. I mean,
Yeah.
we all know the state retirement, it goes up about every year. Hopefully, they're gonna come to a point, well, it will level off. I don't know if it'll trigger, who will it be? And then just fringe benefits in general and salary increases, so, yes.
And I do want to point out,
That's just the natural flow.
they're also having difficulty filling positions, right?
Yes.
So you can take that for whatever it's worth, right? But if I was running a business and somebody wanted to add to the workload I had, but I didn't have the policy, the personnel to do it, charge a premium, right? That's supply and demand.
So, I mean, I'm at the point that I'm comfortable in sort of the following. I mean, we continued for the past couple of years to budget $500,000. I think, I'm comfortable with budgeting $500,000 for this upcoming year for now. Having them provide us back with whatever that reflects, Rob, in the way of services that we provide that we can look at and evaluate. And would, again, just request or demand that our questions receive some response and some answers. That would be helpful, because at the end of the day, we're not finalized with our budget process as we sit here today. But certainly, I think that's where I'm at on it right now.
Let's take a vote on it then. You would rather put the budget at 500,000 for that? Would you want that, or would you say go up to the 680 and so that it's already on our budget? Because if it happens to go over the 500,000, then we're gonna have to hit the fund.
I'm saying
So-
500, I'm saying that I'm comfortable in budgeting $500,000 for it now, having Rob go back to them and see what that gets us in the way of service support, have him report back that to us, and then, if that's not acceptable, or if we want to do more, and maybe they have their own budget estimate done by that time, then we decide where we finally land on it.
Yeah, do you think, Rob, we could get like an answer to what could we get for $500,000 before our next budget meeting in April, or? No. Do you think we could get it before we have to vote on our budget in June?
Probably not. I was gonna say, would it be helpful if we budget accordingly to what we know that they've already told us, whatever that number is, 650, whatever?
That's my vote.
They already give
We
us
can,
an
we can
estimate.
change it, right? I mean,
Well, if unused funds would just, at the end of the year, would just roll back into fund balance.
So I was gonna say, would it be helpful if we budget what we think is appropriate amount of money based on what they told us it's gonna be? Instruct Rob to go back and try to finalize an agreement and maybe put some language in there that talks about the way we communicate with each other about budgeting. And then maybe appoint Councilmember Westmoreland as a liaison from the council to try to see if he can get answers to those questions and better negotiate a better deal. I mean, I think you bring a valid question. I don't know that we have a way to answer them in a period of time that allows us to budget correctly. Would that be helpful?
I would just be concerned about putting a budget, knowing that we've already been told that we're gonna be $150,000 short already. And I get that, because it's
No,
a
I'm saying we
negotiating
would budget.
tactic to do what he's doing, and I completely understand that.
I think we need to go ahead and budget for the six number, whatever that is, 650 or whatever it is. I can't remember.
I mean, but, okay, that's what you're
Whatever that
saying,
number
but
was.
if
Y'all can-
Sarah, I
y'all
would
can
like
make
to
a mo-
Sarah
Y'all can
and-
make a motion to that, and we'll see where it goes.
What's that?
I said they can make a motion to that, and we'll see where it goes in terms of budgeting.
I think what I'm looking for is just for clear direction from Rob of what do we want? Do we want less services at $500,000, or do we want the same services and pay for them? And for what, because honestly, I'm gonna say last year, I thought, and look, this is not on you, Rob, this is clearly on us. I thought we were directing you to, get us what we can get for 500,000, but I guess that's not what the direction was. Again, that's not on you, that's not an indictment on you, that's an indictment on us, that either we weren't clear or I wasn't clear in my head about it.
Yeah, I mean,
And so this year I would like a direct that I know what Rob is directed to do, so we understand what's happening.
I mean, so,
And we don't need to make that decision today by any means.
right, so today, I don't think we need any real votes as to like setting the budget amount. But I need direction from the board that if I go to the sheriff's office and I tell them that my board has made the decision that they are not going to spend more than $500,000 on law enforcement in Jamestown. And what does that look like, right? That's what we're actually gonna start negotiating on, right? And that, you know, we're not gonna get to the budget thing and then the board is gonna say, you know, unanimously vote to fund all 5 deputies. Like, the policy question is what I need. Like, I'll do the best I
Yeah.
can to negotiate the best contract that I can on behalf of the town. I've tried that already, and, again, I don't think the sheriff's office has been forthcoming with information that I think they should be, but they, like it's been said, they're offering a service for a price. And if we don't like that price, we can go back and ask for a different service, right? Or, you know, like the name your own budget, like tell them like, this is how much we got to spend. What kind of service agreement can we reach, for that number? But I do not think it's going, I don't think I'm gonna get an answer as to why we're not being given any credit for ad valorem taxes, right? I don't think that's gonna happen. And I don't think they're gonna suddenly change how they calculate the cost. So that leaves us with, we can tell them that we want to reduce the services and say we do not need a deputy on these days or these times, or we want to only have 4 deputies instead of 5. Or we say, what can we work out for $500,000?
For conservative budgeting, I'd rather put the higher dollar amount in there so we can see, just in case. We can always, between now and June 30th, well, hopefully before June 30th. When we do our budget meeting in June or whatever, but we can always adjust then. But to get
Yeah,
a clear
I agree with
picture,
conservative budgeting, yeah.
I do.
to get a clear picture, just in case, I think we should put,
Yeah.
The 680.
Just for your
Or whatever
purposes
that
now.
number is.
just
We'll-
for our
we'll-
purposes
This is
now,
find
so
it.
nothing we're
we
voting on
knowing
today, so.
we always have the opportunity to tweak it between now and June 30th.
Yeah.
So we'll put that number in the budget. Do we want to ask either Councilmember Westmoreland or ask Rob, whatever that cost would be, to go and try to renegotiate a better
Yes.
deal?
Yeah, and I have no problem with it. Jim,
Yeah.
if you want to,
Jim, you wanna-
be involved in that, I have no problem with you.
Yeah, I'd be glad to.
Because maybe we just need new
Yeah.
players. Maybe they're just tired of hearing from the same folks, you know?
That's fine. I'll be glad to be a part of that. And again, my thing is, I think we should ask them for a reflection of what services we would be provided if we put $500,000 into a budget.
And this is
I'd still like to know what that looks like.
And it's a big jump. I mean, I just did the math, 36%. If this is truly about cost of living and salaries, I mean, maybe look at cost of living 3%, inflation 3%, and start there. But that is a huge leap. That's what scares me the most.
Well, we'll see. I mean, they're the ones that are in control of giving us the answers theoretically. To the questions that we're asking about the $500,000, the county tax support, what that really looks like. So hopefully they'll be responsive in knowing that, A, we want to continue to be good faith partners and working with them to provide these important services to our town. B, that we, unlike them, have a fiduciary responsibility for the taxpayers of Jamestown that we report to. The sheriff's department is accountable to, elected officials or the elected in Guilford County, but doesn't have the same municipal representation that we do. But, so I think that's what we should do.
So we'll budget what we think the actual cost will be
Yeah.
going forward. And then perhaps if you could, I mean, even if you wanted to invite them to come to the April workshop, I'm happy to accommodate any more discussion on that.
I think, you know, I'd like to have a meeting with them before that, just to sit down and just sort of, you know, understand, develop a relationship, both, about what that means, because I've not dynamically been involved in those conversations in the past. And again, you know, I think I'll approach it with the right intent and right spirit on behalf of the town, that we're trying to, you know, work to a point of resolution where we're comfortable and they're comfortable, and things continue forward on the path and relationships that we've had before, so.
All right, and then the final thing, Jose's been waiting this.
Oh, gosh.
Is a discussion on whether we would like to budget for completing a downtown strategic plan. And you can talk a little bit about what that vision looks like, Jose. That is your.
All right. So, and as part of the CIP, I believe we included an additional amount of set of funds for advancing the conversation of doing a downtown area plan. Since I got here, I've heard a lot about a Main Street corridor study. Of course, we've released an RFQ, and we would be picking a firm pretty soon. But I've heard a lot of interest from council members that they want to expand that a bit. Currently, with the funds set aside for the corridor study, we can't really expand that. We have to add a little bit more to the budget in the next following years to expand the budget for that. I think we should just move forward with the, it's my personal opinion that we should move forward with the main corridor study, just to focus on the transportation aspect, because I know it's been talked a lot about, including Jamestown Parkway, you know, reducing the traffic on downtown, and how we can reimagine at least the transportation aspects of Main Street. And that involves, hey, do we need a center median line, a turning lane for the rest of Main Street? How can we envision that? How can we get more trees or tree wells on Main Street to make it more pedestrian friendly? However, I know it is important to discuss the downtown area as a whole in terms of land use. Can we do some changes to our LDL? But I think that does involve maybe a second phase of the plan. So how I see it, this is the Main Street corridor study being kind of the first phase, focusing on the transportation aspect, and it will involve some conversation about land use in the study, but then doing a kind of a part two just to expand the scope of it. So Faith and us, the staff, have included some budget items on the main corridor study, still under that same category, but we'll hopefully expand on that at a later time. So I just want to get your opinions on that. And
Where is it?
it is item 16.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Come on, water and sewer.
So I guess, you know, my perspective is,
Main Street.
we're into,
Is this thing? I don't need mine if you want to take it. We still have
Did
stuff.
it die? Mike?
Go ahead. You're good.
all right, we're back. We're back, people.
Wow.
I was wondering why you and Paul were sitting so close
Oh,
over
yeah.
there.
We're leaning into the same microphone.
We'll change the batteries.
We're leaning into the same microphone. So, no, I think, you know, Jose's defined, we've got the existing sort of RFI or whatever we're calling it out on the street now for the transportation component of this Main Street corridor study. I think it's fine to let that run for now. I think the extra item, and maybe this is what you were referring to, and I don't know if we can incorporate this with whoever we might end up selecting for the study. But, you know, it'd be good to have a firm that was well-rounded enough that they could do both the land use code components as well as the transportation components. Because I do think when we talked about this in our study, there were some aspects of that came out in our conversations. There were some aspects in that were even sort of longer range looking about how do we incorporate or better incorporate and include the elements of sort of the western stretches of Main Street from Penny Road back down this way towards Central Main Street or the town center area. So I think I'm comfortable with what you're recommending in terms of moving the study forward and sort of defining these other elements of scope that might be added and how we would take that on theoretically with the same team that we would hire to do the transportation component.
Jose, is this, the transportation is the 100,000 in 26, 27, and land use is the next one? Or are you talking about combining those into?
Potentially, that's
Okay,
part of the
that's-
conversation. I think the direction from council was to maybe combine it, and that's what we.
And that was your recommendation in the?
Correct.
I think too, when we talked, and I believe you brought up the idea of trying to right away get a vision for Main Street that is very concrete so that when potential developers look at Jamestown, they go, oh, well, there's a historic section there. They want that to look like this, and really put some definition to it, if there's a way to.
And our comp plan does kind of speak to those things, thank you. Our comp plan does talk about, as we talked about, we kind of went through it on Tuesday. Our comp plan does talk about having a vision, but if it needs to be further defined, there are area plans that we can do that are more specific, that are adopted documents, part of the ordinance. And as part of the rezonings or any zoning amendments come, we have to reference those as well. So I think that we probably have to go in that direction, especially seeing, the decision from Tuesday. There might not be an agreement with the comprehensive plan and the decisions made by council. So I think we do have to maybe revisit either the comprehensive plan or set a larger Main Street area plan, per se. A lot of towns and cities do this. Greensboro has a lot of area plans all over the place. So I think maybe we do need to be more ingrained and have more special detail and a vision, like you said. So I do agree with that. And I do want to say, I do have to leave pretty soon, as we talk about budget decisions, it always goes back to planning. So just make sure to know that there is some interconnectedness between these conversations about water, sewer rates, about the sheriff's contract, and expanding our tax base, but doing it right. So just want to make sure that, while you're thinking about these decisions that come before your way, just think about all the other things in the background that are happening that we're discussing today. So.
Jose, I have a question.
Yes.
Because clearly the way I think things are happening are not the way they're happening in reality. I'm in some la-la land of my own over here. So, because I didn't realize till fairly recently, like within the last several months, that what we had already funded, I thought that was like the quarter, and then I realized, oh, this is just about traffic, and I don't really care too much about that.
Or water sewer.
So could you explain exactly, like, what would this do, so that I am clear that,
Yeah, absolutely.
like, so I don't have a vision of what's going on, and then I find out, oh,
Yeah.
no, what we did was we just said where trees should be planted, and that was
Right, and it's not just about traffic, but, I'll clarify. So the RFQ that we wrote out is just for more of a transportation focus corridor study, and we already had a steering committee selected, which you approved in your consent agenda on Tuesday. So we were planning to move forward with that. However, we got some comments that we kind of want a broader vision, talking about land use, talking about just re-envisioning Main Street, maybe extending the scope, because it was from Teague to Dillon, and maybe we're talking about West Main Street as well. So that, again, is going to add to the price of the plan itself. So it would probably have to be rescoped out, because it's looking like it might not be similar to the RFQ we sent out. So we want to make sure that we select a firm that's capable in doing
Right.
all the work, like Jim was more.
So I did understand all that before, but when they produce their product, what do we get?
So if we have a plan, it would be an adopted plan that when we have rezonings, we would reference that plan, just kind of like a comp plan. It would be more site-specific. It would encourage changes to our ordinance.
Well, that's what, so is it just like, okay, they're gonna say, well, you have this zoned as Main Street, maybe that should be Main Street, whatever, Main Street transitional, or the new one that, the planning board member had proposed? Is it just gonna be that kind of stuff, or is it gonna be like, here's a beautiful scene of what your downtown could look like?
It could go to the point of design guidelines.
Okay.
I mean, plans can be very, very specific. I mean, when I work in Greensboro, we had redevelopment plans that go way beyond a comp plan would go way beyond what a land development ordinance. It would be more regulations. And it would, create more work for us because we have to review more.
Right.
But it would be more specific to the vision that we want.
Okay, because that's what I would like. I want something that's gonna tell us, here's how to make your Main Street look beautiful. And then here is how to connect this part of Main Street with that part of Main Street.
Exactly.
That's what I want.
Yeah, a consultant kind of thing.
Yeah, that, I agree exactly with Sarah Glanville, the council lady
Person.
and the citizen, because that was such a priority, and you weren't there in our first sessions together. We put the beautification and the, sort of the design up here, and felt like the traffic was like, well, it's been reduced, but I totally, yeah, I would love to see
Okay,
that.
great. I want to make sure I was envisioning correctly what we're working towards.
Gotcha, yeah.
Because clearly I have not envisioned anything else.
And it's mainly just a way more of a tool in the
Okay.
toolbox that we have now.
One other question I had for you before you have to go. It's somewhat related, but not really. With something like this, like when you get this product at the end, would we, because I thought of it too when we were talking about the communications position and like marketing. Would something like this, would we really eventually need a like economic development person to help us, like, here's how to attract the kinds of businesses Jamestown envisions for their downtown and, you know, like that kind of thing? Or is that something the marketing communications people do, or what?
So bigger municipalities have economic development in
Right,
arms.
right. They have
and
whole departments,
and all
right,
that kind
yeah.
of good stuff. Our vision here has always been that we would probably find better results with a partner, like Jamestown Business Association, if they were strong enough to do something like that. But to find an outside third party, even if we contributed towards, let's say, an executive director's salary position, that would be our contribution. It would put Jose in a difficult position as a planning director. Even if we had an economic development director internally, they're going out and trying to, get a certain type of business to come here, then he has to present a rezoning request for that type of thing. And you can see the conflict that might arise, not only internally, but if, I'm going to use an example from the night before last, if somebody goes out and says, I found a really good potential development, and it's an apartment complex, and the council doesn't feel it, then there's a rub.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
your economic development person feels like they're pushing forward a legitimate
Yeah.
plan. I don't think that person needs to be internal to the town. I think it needs to be
Yeah.
external in some capacity.
I see that.
Personal feeling.
Yeah, I could definitely honor that for sure. Yeah, I guess I was thinking not so much of like encouraging businesses, but more like promoting us to.
That can
I
be
definitely
done
see that with the communications person.
Okay,
person.
okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great, of like.
So we don't leverage, for example, we don't leverage our Instagram account very well.
Right,
It
okay.
just is I'm trying to do that a little bit, but we don't do a very good job of going, we could go to businesses and highlight them or do different types of things that encourage people to come into town.
Yeah.
And we just don't have enough capacity as staff to do that right now. If that's what a communications person would do.
Okay.
I would tell you, Deborah Mullis was really great.
I know.
She did a really
I was,
great
did
job.
well, when we were talking about adding a position.
We
I'm
miss
like,
her a lot, yeah.
Is she on,
Yeah,
is she on
she's-
the job market right now, or?
I think she's still.
For Holly Springs this summer.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, as in the finance department.
Okay.
That's her passion, is to do finance-related stuff. But she-
To do financial stuff?
Once she finishes her MPA, if you all want to try to lure her back, we'll do our best.
Yeah,
But
she was
great.
She was very, very instrumental. She was incorporating herself
Yeah.
into the town,
You know,
into the town outside and
leading
doing all of
the-
our social media.
Leading the Citizens Academy, trying to do like Coffee with Council or those types of events.
Yep.
Community engagement-related stuff, trying to get survey
Yeah.
data back from attendees at Music in the Park. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that she did that crossed over into that realm, for sure. That I think that a communications person could do.
I was.
That's the kind of
going to,
person
like,
I was kind of looking forward to.
Small business
Communications that would do.
conventions,
Right.
saying, here's
Deborah Mullis
Jamestown,
did.
has anyone ever thought of coming here?
Right.
You know? Okay, great.
We'll
Those are my
come up
questions.
with more information on that.
Okay.
Is there a consensus on the downtown development? You want us to keep
I'm-
budgeting for it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And do you all feel comfortable being like a second phase of the transportation study?
Yeah,
think they
I
need to
I
be
do.
first.
I just think, again, you go off and you find a consultant that has expertise in both of those areas that are entertained with that kind of study. And as, you know, we get into the transportation component of this, if there's a way to, you know,
They need
merge,
to-
migrate,
they-
whatever those things.
They need to mesh up
Yeah.
for sure.
Because, you know, we'll have, you know, community engagement activities with the first study, and it may be some components that can be spread anyway, so.
And the reason I ask is because we do have a RFQ release, we have to make a decision by tomorrow, and then we also established a very transportation-heavy focus steering committee, so I didn't want to like undo some of the work that we've done, so I just want to be realistic. That's why I thought maybe doing a second phase, that obviously complements the study, and we'll bring the study forward and reference it, would probably be like a smoother, so we can be efficient with time.
And that may come into the decision-making process for you when you look at that as how they would mesh up with somebody going forward.
Absolutely, yep.
Well, thank you very much for that. Those are the five things that we had a lot of questions about. I know that Councilman Burgess said that she may have to leave around 2:30, so I want to give Chazo an opportunity to walk you through the model, explain. He's been taking notes as we've been sitting here. He may throw some things in on the fly as we go. You can really kind of see how things go. For those folks that are watching at home, this is one of those things where you just kind of have to be here to see it. I'm sorry. It'll take a second to warm up. Oh, yeah, just slide it. Open.
Matthew, I did want to make a comment. As I sort of jokingly, not jokingly alluded to at our meeting on Tuesday, and again, my only vision is if there's something we could do with the technology in terms of not having to use a projector, but maybe some real screens or something that folks could plug into and sort of, you know, I see it from the perspective of folks who, you know, well, two things. I see it from my perspective today and looking at this thing and not being able to quite adjust to the numbers from here, or even from my glasses on from here. And I think about it from the folks who were attending on Tuesday night, just all the gallery that we have of citizens who are there and trying to, you know, see the information and straining their necks, and I'm like.
So we do have some numbers in here. It's one of the things that actually Chazo may touch on that, like we could do is when we, yes, thank you, Paul. When we do debt financing for some other things, we may be able to throw in like improvements to this room. Certainly the lighting is harsh. You know, we're in a situation with these types of tables. I mean, they're just plastic tables and tablecloths. But we would like a little bit more professional setup going forward for the community as well as for you as customers.
Okay, thank you.
I know it's hard to see. If you need to move forward, by all means, please, help yourself.
All right, good afternoon, and thank you all for having me out. I see some familiar faces, also some new faces as well, so I wanted to just do a brief introduction before diving into the model. First, Chazo Halberstam with the First Trine Advisors. My colleague David Cheat was here earlier. Unfortunately, he had to step away, but we serve as municipal advisors or financial advisors to local governments throughout the state, cities, counties, towns, utility authorities, effectively anyone that could issue debt on a tax-exempt basis is someone that could potentially be a client of ours. And we primarily provide serve two roles for our clients. One is pre-planning process, so basically what we talked about today, going through your budget, figuring out your strategic initiatives, your operational needs, your capital needs, your targets for fund balance. In years like this, what you're looking at in terms of a property tax rate on the heels of a revaluation, taking all of that into consideration to make sure that we're presenting you with detailed information, a holistic view of where your financial picture is today and where it can go, or where it's looking to go in the future, and ensuring that any decision that you all make today or in the future doesn't jeopardize the financial health of the town. So that's generally our pre-planning services. And then to the extent you ever need to borrow funds, for example, the trash truck or the fire station, if you needed to borrow funds, we can help take you all to market to secure a loan from a bank, shepherd you through the local government commission approval process, and effectively ensure that we're getting you all the best financing possible out there. So those are the two main roles that we play. I'm going to focus exclusively on the pre-planning side today, and as Matt alluded to, we built a capital planning model for the town. It is something that takes into consideration anything and everything that's on your mind, so topics like the sheriff's contract or property tax rates, capital needs, staffing needs, all of that is built into the model so that you can quickly see the impacts of those decisions. It's not necessarily telling you which direction to go, it's just when you're playing the what-if game of do we set the contract at a $500,000 maximum, or do we want to budget for $680,000 for the sheriff. What does that mean in terms of our overall financial picture? So trying to take everything into consideration and give you all the information that you need to ultimately make decisions. So with that, I will jump into the model. As Matt alluded to, I've been taking some notes on some of the things I've been hearing throughout the meeting in terms of capital needs or capital priorities, the sheriff contract, the potential for some additional staff, and tried to fold all of that in and show you all how this works on the fly. Recognize that there's still probably some work to do on the budget itself, but just to give you all a flavor of the tool that you all and staff have at your disposal so that when you're making decisions, you aren't necessarily done in isolation. They're done in the broader picture of this budget year, but also the trickle-down impact for future budget years. So just to give you a quick orientation, it's an Excel-based model. There's a number of different tabs that are all interconnected. They're talking to each other so that when you make an assumption update in one particular spot, every other portion of the model that should be reflecting that change picks it up accordingly. Within the model, we have your general fund and your water and sewer fund built out so that we can look at capital and operational needs of each of those funds. Particular to the water and sewer side, and going back to Raftelis's presentation, we've been in discussions with them so that the information that they've been preparing on your behalf is all folded in here. This gives you all a little bit more real-time ability to adjust on the water and sewer side, and then we can always bring that information back to Raftelis and have them kind of verify it and run it through their models as well. And then on the general fund side, this is looking at your property tax rate, your fund balance policies, funding capital needs, funding operational needs, staffing needs, things of that nature. I was touched on earlier the question about new development. We have the ability to fold in new development coming online. So when do we think those homes will come on your tax rolls, and what does that do to your overall tax base, thus increasing the value of a penny, and all else equal, generating more revenue for the town absent any changes in your tax rate. So again, trying to factor in anything and everything that could impact you all financially into this model so that when we're looking at making decisions in a particular budget year or sometime throughout the budget year, we know that we're kind of doing it with full information and everyone's well informed of what that decision might look like. So with that being said, just as a baseline scenario that I've got here, Faith provided me with preliminary budget information for revenues and expenditures. So that is loaded into the model. It's, I think, probably budget requests from the departments yet, obviously not fully vetted by council. But with that, one tweak I've made is with regards to our sheriff department, I've bumped that up for now to $680,000 under the assumption that we budget what we think they're going to charge us. That is above and beyond what you all budgeted last year at $500,000, so that it obviously is an incremental impact to your budget, but that's factored in here so I can show you the impact of that. I've got some of our capital needs turned on that you all have discussed. So we've got the Oakdale project, assuming that you go with the grant funding route, so you're just out of pocket $400,000 to the town. We've got your periodic roadway improvements, the Main Street corridor study that was just discussed, the bunkers at the golf course, and then the trash truck. So this is just a starting point, just to show you an example. It's by no means saying this is the right capital list to go with, but just hearing some of the discussions today, I wanted to give you all a flavor of how the model works. So bringing that back to impacts to the town here. If I scroll out here to the right, you all are in a revaluation year, and so the county has come forward and given Faith a preliminary number of where the revenue neutral tax rate would be based on the estimated reassessment. And that right now is estimated to be 48.7 cents. Previously, you were at 65.5 cents, so that's about a, call it 17, 18 cent decrease in the overall tax rate. Now that being said, a revenue neutral tax rate effectively brings your budget down to level set with your previous budget year's revenues with some allowance for incremental growth above and beyond that equivalent baseline, because you're able to take into account the growth in your natural growth in your tax base from the last revaluation year to the current revaluation year. So the 48.7 cents gives you roughly the same property tax rate revenue as you would have achieved in your 26 budget with some growth above it. Obviously, if we start to layer on capital projects that are above and beyond where your 2026 budget was, if we consider increasing the sheriff department by $180,000, if we look at additional staffing needs, then that's something that likely isn't going to be able to be fit within your current revenue neutral tax rate. So we can use the model to quantify what that tax rate might need to be if we go forward with all of these different projects and different operational needs. One thing to keep in mind is that based on the information from the county, your new value of 1 cent on your tax rate is estimated to be about $90,000. So every time you increase your tax rate or decrease your tax rate by 1 cent or more, you're either adding to or taking off of your general fund revenue by an equivalent of $90,000 per cent. So to put that into context, if we think about the sheriff discussion, going from $500,000 to $680,000 is the equivalent of adding 2 cents on the tax rate to your budget that's going to carry forward into perpetuity as absent some future change in those expenses. So, kind of bring it full circle here. Within the model, we're tracking revenues, expenditures, capital, debt service, and then ultimately focusing on your fund balance. You all have a policy that says that you're going to maintain a fund balance level of at least 25%. So that's your absolute minimum threshold. We would say kind of from a...
40.
40?
It's 40.
Okay. I'm not sure where I got 25.
That's our policy.
Well, I will fix that.
That will change the numbers.
Yep.
Big time.
Start that over again. We have a policy minimum of 40% of our fund balance as a percentage of
What
expenditures.
what a great example of how you can
How
change
it
it
can
really
change.
quickly.
Yeah, in real
Good job,
time.
Chazzo.
Hey, look, in
By
real
design.
time.
That was all by plan. So when we're putting together these financial forecasts, that is going to be our absolute minimum threshold that we don't want to violate. And so in instances where we go below our policy target, you'll see these reddish cells out there to the right. That's going to red flag indicator for us to say, hey, something is not working here. Either we need to adjust our revenues accordingly to bring them up so that our fund balance doesn't go below 40%. We need to adjust our expenditures, not pass along the full $680,000 to our sheriff budget, adjust our capital, take some projects off the list, move some projects out, basically find the right mix to get back to where we want to be. The model helps us quantify, how do we go about doing that? The easiest way to solve the model is to change the property tax rate. Now, I certainly recognize that's a modeling tool. It's not necessarily the practical tool, but it helps us quantify what does it take in terms of dollars to get us to where we need to be. And we can then use that to play with, is it a mix of property tax rate increases, operational expenditure decreases, capital changes, things of that nature. So, kind of all that being said, with the capital projects that we discussed as turned on as a starting point, if we up the sheriff's contract to $680,000, what the model is telling us right now is that a revenue-neutral tax rate cannot support that for more than our current fiscal year. So right here, what I've got highlighted is your fiscal 2027 budget year. So we would stay above our 40% fund balance policy in the current budget year, but because we have ongoing operational expenses that we are, in effect, funding out of fund balance in fiscal 2027, it's not presenting a sustainable picture going forward. So how do we solve that picture? One example would be to figure out what does the tax rate need to be to get to where what do we need to set our tax rate at to get to where we want to be at that 40% or above level. And so I'll just kind of cycle through some scenarios. So if we went from 48.7 revenue neutral tax rate up 7.3 cents to 56 cents, so that would be about 15% above our revenue neutral tax rate. That gets us closer to where we want to be. Now, we have some years that are still below 40%, but they're 2 or 3 years out in the picture, and so sometimes this picture corrects itself just by natural growth in your tax base that isn't otherwise considered, or you outperform your budget and you're adding more to fund balance than what we might have in here on a conservative basis. Or if you said, hey, we don't want to put together a financial plan that shows any issues in our fund balance picture of the next 5 years, which is typically the horizon that we project out just to align it to your current CIP, then we might need to go up another, call it 2 cents. That basically gets us there. Now, this right here assumes that we're not factoring in any new development with regards to D.R. Horton, or I think it's Windsor Homes is the other one. And so we can see what is the impact of those homes coming online due to our value of a penny that then allows us to bring down our property tax rate to achieve the same picture, but now we're factoring in additional growth from new development. So in talking with Matt and Faith, it sounds like the D.R. Horton project and Windsor Homes are starting to come online. Maybe some have happened and are hitting your tax base this year, but if we look out kind of 2028 and beyond and assume that we're getting about 250 homes a year at a rough price of about $350,000,
You want to turn on the 27 for Windsor?
I'm assuming that's already in the tax numbers that we got from Guilford County because
I don't
that's set as
think-
January 1 of '26.
Some of them will be, but not all of them.
Okay.
So,
Well,
Just
I'll-
turn them
yeah,
on for-
just for example, I'll turn
for
them on.
example, for giggles. And does our tax, does our target rate need to be 50% or higher? Because I think that's kind of our target for fund balance. It's still set at 40.
Yeah, I'll touch on that. But just to kind of show you what the impacts of these new homes coming online could mean for the town, it's anywhere from $15,000 per penny on the tax rate up to full build-out of about $50,000 or so. So if these developments come to fruition as scheduled, your penny will generate an additional $50,000 on the tax rate. And so then if you have 50 cents, then that's a good chunk of change. And so if I come back here to our dashboard, you'll now see where we were bottoming out at right around 40% previously. We're now at 50%. So that tells us we could bring the property tax rate down to our policy level to get us back to around the 40%. So if I go back down to maybe 55 cents, that gets us right down to our policy level. Now, again, this is a modeling tool to show you what it would take to get effective to your policy level. In reality, we probably wouldn't recommend creating a financial forecast that gets you to the razor's edge. You want to have some buffer just in terms of general deviation, if the economy were to tank and your sales tax slows down, or if the economy tanks and the developments get paused or delayed, well then all of a sudden the financial forecast that we put together is underwater. So we usually like to keep some level of buffer in there. I would say for a budget of your size, probably a minimum target would be 50% to give us some wiggle room in case we don't hit our projections, but also to give you wiggle room in the event that a natural disaster occurs or you have some strategic opportunity come up where you could buy a piece of land along Main Street that you want to bank for future use or something. So we can create forecasts to deliver any type of results that you all want, to calculate, what does the tax rate need to be, what do we need to do in terms of capital projects. Similar on the water and sewer side, what do the water and sewer rates need to be to achieve certain targets and thresholds. But really just want to give you a lay of the land of how the model works. We're very active throughout this time of year, coming to these budget work sessions and taking input from councils on here are our priority projects, here's the maximum tax rate we'd be willing to go with, and how do we fit these projects within that tax rate. Or conversely, we want to leverage as much of our fund balance as possible. How long does that get us before we need to start to turn to debt financing, or we need to make some corrective action in our tax rate? So there's a number of different ways to achieve whatever desired results that you have, but the model should give you all full flexibility to get to where you need to be. So that's a very quick and dirty overview of the tool that is at your disposal. So this is the town's model. We built it on your behalf. We worked with Matt and Faith to put it together. It's an ever-living and breathing model, so as your audit comes out, we're refreshing it every year for your audit. During the budget season, we're touching this multiple times to take input from staff and council on either new scenarios to run or just new inputs to change. And then when you have certain larger projects come up, like a fire station project, we figure out, is that something that needs to be 100% debt financed? Is it something that we want to do part with cash, part with debt? Are there other funding sources out there that can be folded into the picture to help alleviate some of the cost burden that's directly to the town? So anything and everything can be factored into this model to give you all a financial forecast of where you are today and where the next 5 years might take us, based on your priorities and your the desires that you want to hit.
Can you show us if the tax rate stayed the same?
Mhm.
We didn't change it at all?
So that either grows your fund balance or it tells you you can tackle more capital projects. So I don't have your full capital list turned on, but that tells us, hey, if we kept it the same, then we're effectively, on average, increasing the tax, each person's tax bill by about 34.5%. So that's generating a lot more revenues to the town that you could then either leverage for capital projects, store away for future needs, or if you have additional staff or something coming online, you could fund those positions.
So I do want to say a couple things we're going to invite Chazo to come back in April. So as we get these formulas done and get this in and get this sort of narrowed down, that'll help us. I just wanted you to see what tools that they brought to our disposal. This is going to be really important for us to be able to do forecasting going forward. Tax base is your friend. It really helps us not have to go up on the rates. As you can see, I know it's controversial to have development occur, but it does help our bottom line. Our goals, as I said earlier in the meeting when I first started off, were to be able to tackle some of the capital projects that we have on the list. Also to fund our fund balance, to keep some in savings. And possibly, if we can go down on tax rate, we will look at options for that as well. So this is the tool that we're going to use to do that. It is going to be fluid, it's going to be moving. The Faith will be working with Chazo to get all those tweaked. Are there questions on the model?
No, go ahead.
So this will be really a tool for staff. I don't need to send this out to the public and the council and everybody start doing different wacky things with numbers. It looks like a great toy for everybody to use, but it will be staff, it's proprietary, it's for staff to use.
Okay, I'll come by face.
Yeah, you're welcome to come by.
And maybe the staff can give us a quick demo on how, like, when it goes live, we can come in and see how they're doing, like, for.
So we'll definitely have him come back in
Oh,
April.
in
So-
April?
Yeah, for our April budget meeting, I want to, we'll have it sort of narrowed down at that point. And then we can really talk about where we are, because we'll have most of our numbers in at that point. That's really where the rubber meets the road, so.
So I know I saw this presentation before, but I think one of the biggest concerns was making sure that it was safe. I think I've told you that before, that was a big concern of mine, and that it's, protected from some kind of a software exposing our town's numbers and stuff like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and so I would first
That's
say,
a big concern of mine.
nothing we're putting in here, I would say, is non-public information.
Yeah.
To the extent there is something non-public, if there's, an economic development project that, is percolating, but we don't want to necessarily put it out there, we can, use a code name or something to kind of keep that, hidden, so to speak, and not until it's announced. But other than that, it's an Excel-based file, so it's any other Excel file out there. It's got the same protections under it, but it's also got the same exposure as, just a budget worksheet, for example. But other than that, it's not something that we do like a cloud-based file, so it's not like someone can go access it just on a SharePoint, for example. It's saved down on our file system, it'd be saved down on the town's file system, and so with that, it's got the safeguards in place.
And if something happens, what's your, are you 24/7, did you say?
Could be, but yeah, I mean, we are partners with the town, so we're willing and able to help as often as you all need. We're a phone call or an email away, and we do a number of these throughout the state. So, if we get certain questions from a particular client of ours that might be applicable to Jamestown, we'll pass that information along to you all, or make an update, or add a feature into the model to make sure that it's continuing to move forward, continue to grow, and deliver you all the information that you need.
So I had one, go ahead.
I just wanted him to show us again the tax neutral rate. What
Yep.
was it?
So the county has
48.7
given us
is-
48.7 as the revenue neutral rate.
Or that's what I meant, revenue neutral. Sorry.
So with the model you're showing us here in column number T4, whatever that is for the fire tax rate, is there any expectations about that being adjusted to if the county decides to take their number
We have
down?
not heard anything on that.
Eric will let us know. He's having his budget meetings now.
I mean, I would expect if they're, if that's tied to the county's, what is their tax rate now, 65, 70 cents or something on the 100?
That's what the fire district says. We take that out of the top. That contract, for next year, because of the tax down, is around 1.5 million.
Okay, well, I don't understand that then, but that's what I'm trying to get a handle on. But that number's not gonna adjust at all?
No, not unless Derek
Unless they,
tells us that they're gonna go down on their rates. And he hasn't indicated any of that yet, because they're
Okay.
just now getting started in their budget
their number, we would expect, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the total tax base has gone up roughly 34%.
Yep.
So you would anticipate that if the fire department does not have any upcoming needs, anything crazy, well, then they're meeting. They do, right, but you'd start off with that rate coming down 34% too, to balance off at revenue neutral. And then they go up to, just like we're doing, right, we're gonna go up on our revenue neutral point because we have.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
I don't know what their rate's gonna be yet. So that would, I mean, if they go down.
That's where I was going with all this. I was just trying to understand.
That's our amount yet. But if they hold at that, we're holding at that. That's what they're telling us it's gonna be. So when I base their contracting out, I have to base it off their 16 cents.
Okay.
That's what we owe them.
And I think the other thing too that's probably germane to all this conversation around our property tax rate, the county's property tax rate, does have to do with the sales tax and how that's distributed and the formula for that now. So it is tied back to, I think there's a percentage that's like a countywide share of 25%. The other 75% is tied back to the ad valorem tax rates. So the whole point there is, depending on where we fall, depending on where the county falls, it's going to have an impact on our sales tax distribution number for next year. So that'll be an interesting thing for us to watch. And the point there for us is, if we, say theoretically, we adopt something that's aggressive like the revenue neutral rate and find that to meet our needs, if the county comes back in with something that's above their revenue neutral rate, that will impact our sales tax proceeds for the next year. So anyway, Faye's got a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Any more questions for Chazo? I know it's getting a little bit late, so I want to be respectful of everybody's time. It is a really great tool. It'll be something that we work with a lot. So other than that, that's all I have for today.
Okay.
Can we give a quick shout out to the Jamestown News, and I hope that we can get her a more comfortable chair next time. She's been sitting here the entire time. It just dawned on me that you were sitting in that chair, and I apologize, but man, oh man, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you.
Yeah, your coverage is great.
Neither did I.
And I wanted to give a shout out to Matthew and Faith and the whole staff team. I mean, I know from my experience, this is not a uninvolved process of putting together a city or town budget. And, you know, with all these moving variables that we've talked about today with capital projects, property tax rate, sales tax rate, you know, they're doing yeoman's work with a very meager, eager, talented staff team. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'd also like to shout out to our video. I don't even know your name. Mike? Thank you for covering all this, and I love the split screens that you're doing now. That's really helpful. Okay, I guess I can.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.